For anyone looking to really sink their teeth into the world cosmology of Dungeons and Dragons, it can be quite the frustrating task. Take the 2014 5e Dungeon Master's Guide, for example. Looking for information on the outer plane of Mount Celestia? Here you go. How about Plane of Ooze? It is severely lacking in information. The 5.5e Dungeon Master's Guide is a little bit better, actually listing the layers that make up the outer planes, which are the thumbs up, but it still lacks any great detail. To really get the full picture of the Great Wheel, you need to scour the archives, including the meta settings of Spelljammer and Planescape, especially Planescape. I will be using the Great Wheel Cosmology chart found in the 2014 5e Player's Handbook and Dungeon Master's Guide, along with the Cosmology chart. I'll be using the Great Wheel Cosmology chart found in the 2014 5e Player's Handbook and Dungeon Master's Guides, along with the Cosmology chart found in 5.5e as a baseline, and then adding in a tremendous amount of information found in the different Manual of the Planes, Planescape sourcebooks, etc., because that's where a lot of this information is found. If there's a reconciliation that needs to be made, I stick with the 5e model, with one exception, which I will get to when we hit the para-elemental and quasi-elemental planes. Alright, let's get into it. The Great Wheel Cosmology is a philosophical organization of the Dungeons & Dragons multiverse in the shape of a great wheel. The Great Wheel can be split into different sections. Number 1, the Material Plane, also called the Prime Material Plane or just the Prime, and its echoes, the Shadowfell and Feywild. In short, the Prime Material Plane is made up of the worlds in other settings in Dungeons & Dragons. Toril for Forgotten Realms, Kryn for Dragonlands, Oath for Greyhawk, etc., excluding Ravenloft, which is in Shadowfell, and Spelljammer and Planescape, as they are both meta settings that connect all the other settings together. Speaking of Ravenloft and Shadowfell, echoes of the Material Plane. In theory, Shadowfell and the Feywild are both echoes of any of the worlds in the Material Plane, but the sourcebooks mainly revolve around the Forgotten Realms for Feywild and Shadowfell, which is why a city like Neverwinter has a Shadowfell equivalent called Evernight. Both the Feywild and Shadowfell act as the opposite sides of a coin. The Feywild is brighter, hypersensitive, and wild. Shadowfell is dark and gloomy and has that haunted landscape. The Feywild is home to elves called Eladrin, and your typical fairy tale creatures. The Shadowfell is a land of undead housing the domains of dread that were retconned in 4th edition. Number 2, the Transitive Planes, the Ethereal and Astral Planes. They serve primarily as a way to travel between the other planes, hence the name the Transitive Planes, or Planes of Transit. The Ethereal Plane envelops and overlaps the inner planes. The Ethereal Plane is split into 2 sections, the Border Ethereal and the Deep Ethereal. If it is pictured as an ocean, the Deep Ethereal is the ocean depths, and the Border Ethereal is the shallow water lapping against the coast. The Ethereal Plane is considered a transitive plane because located in the Deep Ethereal are colored curtains similar in appearance to the Aurora Borealis. Traveling through these curtains leads you to the corresponding region in the Border Ethereal, overlapping the desired location on the inner planes. I will note here that 5e and 5.5e have these curtains restricted only to the inner planes, but 3e includes colored curtains for the outer planes as well. The Ethereal Plane is essentially the realm of ghosts and spirits. The Astral Plane is the vast space that contains the whole multiverse, which is why it is also called the space between spaces. Swirling portals are scattered throughout the plane, each with a different color that identifies which plane it is connected to. While the Ethereal Plane is confined to the inner planes, the Astral Plane is infinite, allowing travel to any desired location. Number 3, Inner Planes. There are 4 elemental planes enveloped by elemental chaos. They are air, water, earth, and fire. These planes are the raw elemental building blocks of the material plane. Each one is pretty much ruled by different elemental djinn. Now on the chart on the left, you can see the gap between the air, water, earth, and fire. There's that little gap there. The para-elemental planes can be found here, as shown on the chart on the right. The 4 para-elemental planes are ice, ooze, magma, and ash. The para-elemental planes are the combination of 2 elements put together. For example, when the elemental plane of air collides with the elemental plane of water, the para-elemental plane of ice is formed. Now, you may have heard of the quasi-elemental planes, and these were introduced in the first Manual of the Planes, and they were later dropped. In this video, however, I wanted to grab a bigger picture, so I'm going to be adding back in the 8 quasi-elemental planes, and I'll give their breakdown in this video. In order to do this, however, I need to make one exception to the rule of using 5e as the baseline. In order to add the quasi-elemental planes in without adding to the confusion of doing so, I'm going to be switching the para-elemental plane of ash into the para-elemental plane of smoke. And the reason why I'm doing that is because all the great information about the quasi-elemental planes are from the older editions, which have it named as the quasi-elemental plane of ash and the para-elemental plane of smoke. There are a total of 8 quasi-elemental planes split by combination with the main 4 elemental planes, air, earth, water, and fire, mixed with the positive or negative energy planes. The positive energy plane mix are called lightning, steam, mineral, and radiance. The negative energy combinations are called vacuum, salt, dust, and ash. The plane of elemental chaos surrounds all of the inner planes. Number 4. The outer planes, and this is where mainly that philosophical idea comes in, because this is how the outer planes are ordered in the Great Wheel. There are a total of 17 outer planes. 16 correspond to the different alignment combinations, and the one outer plane in the middle is called the Outlands. They are split in 2 ways, top to bottom, left to right. The top half are called the upper planes, as we see written here, and the bottom half are called the lower planes, as we see written here. The planes on the left are lawful, as written here, and the planes on the right are chaotic, which is written here. Here's a chart of all the alignments, and don't worry, we will break this down. Let's run through an example. Elysium is in the upper planes, so it is good aligned. It is also perfectly in the middle between law on the left and chaos on the right, so it is neutral aligned. Its full alignment is neutral good. Its complete opposite would be Hades. Found in the lower planes, it is evil, but it is also exactly in the middle, making it neutral evil. That was an example of an upper and lower plane. Now what about Mechanus and Limbo? Mechanus is perfectly in the middle between the upper and lower planes, so it is neutral aligned. It is neither good nor evil. However, it is as left as one can get, so it is also lawful. Its full alignment is lawful neutral. Its exact opposite is Limbo, which you find on the other side. That one is also between good and evil, so it is neutral, but it is found on the far right, Chaos. Its full alignment is chaotic neutral. Going around a circle shows every full alignment type possible, including those in between, and I like to imagine it as a compass. If you are already familiar with how the outer planes are arranged and the alignments and how it all works, feel free to skip this part in the timestamps below. Let's imagine a compass overlaid on our chart here. On a compass, we have the cardinal directions, north, south, east, west. The ordinal directions, or the intercardinal directions, are northeast, southeast, southwest, northwest. And one step further, you get secondary intercardinal directions, north, northeast, east, northeast, east, southeast, south, southeast, south, southwest, west, southwest, west, northwest, north, northwest. Now here's the cool part. If we look at the cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west, these are the outer planes at the absolute purity of good, chaos, evil, and law. If we look at the ordinal directions, or the intercardinal directions, northeast, southeast, southwest, northwest, these are the planes halfway between those absolutes. Lawful good, chaotic evil, lawful evil. Now we could stop there, but to fully flush out all possible alignment combinations, we have 8 more outer planes, making them just like the secondary intercardinal directions. These are the planes between the absolutes and the halfway planes. I hope that was helpful. If not, completely ignore what I just explained. In order to see the next part, we need to move away from this 5e chart and back over to the 5.5e chart. And we will notice as we look at the outer planes that there is something in the middle of the circle called the concordant domain of the Outlands, or just the Outlands. It is thought that the theology and philosophy of the Great Wheel came from the observation of the wheel-shaped Outlands. The Outlands are a completely neutral and unaligned area. In the very center of the Outlands is a city called Sigil, spelt sigil, but pronounced Sigil. It was an inside joke on one of the developers on the Planescape team who mispronounced it. I don't know specifically who the joke was for, but I thought that was pretty funny. The joking manner can actually be seen in the quote from the first page after the table of contents in the Planescape campaign setting box set, Sigil and Beyond book. Whew. Quote, "We can excuse the fact that you slaughtered 2 Yugolos before you realized where you were, outsider. But you pronounced the name of our fair city, Sigil, not Sigil. And there can be no excuse for that. Her Honor Restina Tolan of the Governors." Sigil is like an international airport, an interplanar travel city that even goes by the nickname City of Doors. Every established portal that travels between the planes can be found here. Because of its incredible strategic importance, the city is guarded over by the overwhelmingly powerful Lady of Pain, the symbol or mascot of the Planescape setting, whose true identity is purposefully shrouded in mystery. We'll stop there for now on Sigil, and we're going to come back to it when we talk about planar travel. Moving away from Sigil, the Outlands itself is important. Running along the edge of the disk, there are 16 gate towns, each town holding a gate connected to one of the outer planes in their position on the Great Wheel, and you can see that from the picture here. The positive and negative energy planes. These 2 planes are shown by the 2 curved lines surrounding the Great Wheel, one on the top and the other one on the bottom. The positive energy plane is represented by the tan curved line on top, while the negative energy plane is represented by the curved dark brown line on the bottom. These 2 planes surround the entire cosmology. They are the raw forces of life and death. Both of these planes have a core region that has the highest concentration of energy that lessens the closer you get to bordering other planes. Because of the potency of this energy, these planes are known mainly as empty planes, as the vast majority of them are empty. Inhabitants can be found along the border of the planes, where they can gain the benefits of the planes without dying. Something to be aware of, if you don't know already, is that the 3.5e and earlier editions have the positive and negative energy planes surrounding the inner planes instead of the whole Great Wheel Cosmology. That is the end of the 5e Dungeon Master's Guide split up of the cosmology, but I'm going to add 2 more. Number 6 is going to be Demi-planes, planes of finite size that exist mainly in their own pockets in the Astral Plane, but can be found in other planes as well. For example, the Domains of Dread in Shadowfell. Older editions put them in the Ethereal Plane. Demi-planes can be formed naturally, but most of the time they are created by powerful spells. Wizards, powerful beings, deities that want their own little powerful realm to control and live in. I say little, but they can be as small as one room or hundreds of miles across. And number 7, the Far Realm, also known as the Outside. Is it a plane? Is it space between spaces? Is it beyond the multiverse? Philosophers still squabble over the truth of the matter. Everything about the Far Realm is just wrong. So counterintuitive is its existence that just looking at it can cause anybody to go absolutely mad. There are no known portals to the Far Realm, but that doesn't mean anyone has never tried. They've tried alright, but they just don't exist anymore. That's it for the Great Wheel breakdown. Now let's take a look at those inner planes. With a general overview of the Great Wheel Cosmology now completed, it's time to take a closer look at the different components themselves, starting in the center and making our way outwards. The inner planes are composed of prime material plane and its echoes, the elemental planes, the para-elemental planes, which is better seen in these 2 charts, and the quasi-elemental planes, which can be found in the 1E Manual of the Planes and Planescape. Now, the quasi-elemental planes can easily be skipped, but I wanted to add them in not only for a more complete picture, but also because they have some fun and interesting features. And last but not least, we have elemental chaos. The main goal is to familiarize ourselves with these planes by answering these questions. What is it? Who lives there? And why visit the plane? Let's get started. The prime material plane, or the material plane, or the prime. I'm going to skim over the material plane here because I already have a video out on the different major settings of the material plane, including Spelljammer and Planescape, which is 30 minutes long, so that would just add another 30 minutes to go over all of that again. So I'm just going to put that video link on the screen and in the description below. However, there are mistakes that I made in that video that I hope to fix in a second version of it, but I'm not going to do that until later down the road, as these videos take quite a long time to make, and I want a deeper understanding of the material to make a better version of it. So in short, the prime material plane is made up of the worlds in other settings in Dungeons & Dragons. Toril for Forgotten Realms, Kryn for Dragonlands, Oath for Greyhawk, etc. Excluding Ravenloft, which is in Shadowfell, and Spelljammer and Planescape, as they are both meta settings, as I call them. These all have their own planetary systems and can be traveled to as part of the same multiverse, though sometimes the settings of Dark Sun and Eberron like to be separated into their own cosmology, as they are quite different. Whole campaigns can easily be played on just one world, let alone the material plane as a whole. I'll explain more of what's going on in this picture in the part of this series where I cover planar travel. I just don't want to do that at this moment, as there'll be too much information and I want to stay on topic. This picture also may look a lot different than what you know, or it might be very familiar. This is from 5e, and there was a lot of change between the older editions and this one, but again, I'll explain all of that later. Echoes of the material plane. In theory, Shadowfell and the Feywild are both echoes of any of the worlds in the material plane, but the sourcebooks mainly revolve around the Forgotten Realms for Feywild and Shadowfell, which is why a city like Neverwinter has a Shadowfell equivalent called Evernight. Both the Feywild and Shadowfell act as the opposite sides of a coin. The Feywild is brighter, hypersensitive, and wild. Shadowfell is dark and gloomy and has that haunted landscape. Let's start with the Feywild. Feywild is your classic fairy land. Mystical, magical, wild landscape with elves, goblins, fairies, and all sorts of different mystical and magical beasts. Time flows slower in the Feywild, and there is an effect that causes visitors to slowly forget about reality, trapping them in the Feywild. Other than established gates, the Feywild is connected to the material plane by Fey crossings. These natural crossings can be ruins, places of beauty and mystery, lakes, fairy circles, etc. Most of the time, these are found by accident. An individual or party would be at the wrong place at the wrong time. The most powerful inhabitants are called the Archfey, making up two main courts, the Summer Court, also known as the Seelie Court, and Winter Court, or Unseelie Court. The Archfey that make up these courts reflect the qualities of the season: happy and bright for summer, cold and gloomy for winter. Like the domains of dread in the Ravenloft setting, Archfey rule over different domains of delight, which they shape in any way they fancy. The many different cities of the Feywild are home mainly to the Eladrin, elves that are native to this plane. But many other creatures and races live here as well. Goblins, merfolk, fairies, pixies, Fomorians, fairy dragons, hags, satyrs, vampires, lycanthropes, etc. An example of a Feywild city is Astrozalion, the city of starlight. A city of ornate white towers rising high into the sky from rolling green hills. White swans pull boats around the island the city sits in. This particular city partakes an event unique to the Feywild, called Worldfall. Worldfall is when a city or region in the Feywild appears in the material plane. This can be frequent or random. Months on end, or a few days a year, Astrozalion appears during the spring and summer months, creating a hub of trade and information between two different worlds. The Feywild also has an Underdark, just like in Forgotten Realms. This cavern system is called the Feydark, home to the Fomorians. Magturia is an ancient kingdom, built of iron and stone, lit by glowing mushrooms and purple crystals. The Feywild is an excellent first adventure as it is so close, but so different to the material plane. It also contains a sense of nostalgia, as it draws heavily from fairy tales and Celtic mythology and legend. Players can get caught into a political intrigue between the summer and winter courts, fall into a binding contract by mistake, or encounter legends such as King Arthur, Baba Yaga, and the elf queen Titania. Shadowfell. Shadowfell is the land of the undead. The landscape is a twisted and haunted version of the material plane counterpart. A gloom persists throughout this whole plane that sucks all joy, hope, and life out of its inhabitants if they are not resistant to it. Shadowfell is made up of a substance called shadow stuff that makes the echo highly subject to change. Within the space of a week, a landscape once familiar could be partially or totally rearranged. Day and night cycles exist, but the sun is low and weak, hidden behind clouds. And the moon is large, shines with the orange glow of a harvest moon. No matter how warm it gets, a pervasive chill settles into the very bones. Areas of necrotic energy or gases dot the plane. Shadowfell is connected to the material plane by areas of dark shadows, ruins, graveyards, and the Shadow Walk spell. In 4th edition, the setting of Ravenloft was retconned into Shadowfell. Domains of dread and their dark lords hidden behind clouds of purple mist. 4th edition also changed Shadowfell as a location that the dead go to be judged by the Raven Queen in her city of Litherna. Just to get an idea of what these cities are like, I'll take a quote from the 4E Manual of the Planes. Quote, "When the trees give way to the snowy mountains, the goddess's fastness comes into full view. Nestled as it is among the highest peaks of this jagged range, hers is a mighty stronghold, cut from black ice that sparkles with new snow. Towers thrust up from the maze of walls and graceful bridges, drawing the eye to the storm of souls spinning above her citadel. From this maelstrom of spirits, a grim procession descends through her gates, summoned to learn their final fates." End quote. Shadowfell also introduces an example of a city that is a haunted mirror of a city found on the material plane. Evernight is the dark echo of Neverwinter, and it is filled with the undead. Undead blacksmiths, cobblers, merchants, soldiers, you name it. Being a living individual in this city is an anomaly, and frankly, a danger, unless you have been declared a citizen by the tribunal, which is of course run by ghouls and followers of Orcus, so you better prove yourself more useful than being a snack. Other than the various types of undead and vampires, many other inhabitants call Shadowfell home. Shadar Kai, shadow dragons, shadow animals, cults that follow undead deities, werewolves, nightwalkers, and many, many more. Shadowfell is perfect for any spooky or horror-themed campaigns. Do players try to escape from the domains of dread? Or maybe find themselves in Evernight after staying at an inn in Neverwinter? Many nightmares await. Taking a look back at our chart, surrounding the prime material plane and its echoes are the inner planes, the raw elemental building blocks that the material plane is built from. The inner planes are described as, quote, "raw elemental matter and energy that make up the multiverse," end quote, and consist of all the elemental, para-elemental, quasi-elemental, and elemental chaos planes. Immediately, we're going to run into a bit of a problem. You see, there is no ground in some planes like the plane of air. This is something we'll see from time to time, and the question is, how do you move through a plane like this? To make sense of this, gravity is treated differently. The most familiar ones, normal gravity, then heavy, light, or no gravity. But most planes with a lack of ground will either have one of two options. Number one, objective directional gravity. The strength of gravity is normal, but the direction of it is now toward any solid object at a certain angle with the plane. So for an example, for objective directional gravity, if I am on a floating island, I could walk all around the surface of that island without falling off, even if I'm below the island itself, because all the gravity is pulling inwards to the object, to the island. Spelljammer has a very similar concept with spelljamming ships. The center of gravity is a gravitational plane that runs through the very center of spelljamming ships. The other option is subjective directional gravity, meaning the strength of gravity is normal, but the direction of gravity is determined by the individual. The individual decides which direction gravity flows. And this sounds super confusing, but what it really means is you're flying by thought. If I want to move down, I make gravity down. If I want to fly up, I make gravity up. If I want to move forward, I'll have gravity point forward for me. I think an interesting question that comes from this, though, is what happens if you have more than just one individual, right? What happens with a city? So it doesn't warp the whole area into different directions of gravity, just everyone is moving around with their own subjective directional gravity, as if they were just kind of flying around. Reading through the other manuals, there were some instances, and I can't remember if it's specifically the older editions or not, where a city, just everyone in the city said, you know what, gravity is going to be pointing down. Do we all agree? Yes, you there? Yes. All right, down is now the general consensus of the city, so down is how it goes. I think another question is, why can't you just have everyone fly? And you definitely can, or have different means of travel, and there are, as we go through these other planes, you're going to see different vehicles, different ways to travel. But not everyone has access to the fly spell, and unless you just make everyone be able to fly. And I think it also adds some novelty to these planes. Like they're different, right? There's something odd about them. You feel like you're in a different plane. I think that's really cool. So you have objective and subjective, but you can do whatever you want. There's lots of ways you can do this. From now on, I'm going to say whether a plane is objective, subjective, or normal gravity. Other traits like your magic is heightened or impeded on a certain plane. So for example, if I'm a pyromancer and I go to the plane of fire, that is awesome, right? My fire spells are enhanced. I feel amazing. But if I'm an aquamancer, that is miserable. I hate this plane. I want to get off it. Elemental planes, it's easy to kind of say, oh, this magic is heightened and this magic is impeded, etc. Pretty much if you align with the element, enhanced magic. If your element is opposite of what the element is, it's impeded. Other traits that all the inner planes share are that they are infinite in size, dominant elemental traits. This pretty much just means that the environment of the plane and the laws that make up that plane reflect what the element is. For example, the elemental plane of air has a bunch of air, and everything is floating within an open expanse. The elemental plane of fire has a bunch of fire and is very hot. Alterable morphic, meaning that the planes can change. And mildly neutral align, meaning that for the most part, all these planes are neutral aligned unless a specific region or area or city is aligned a certain way. All these traits can be found in more detail in the 3E Manual of the Planes. Last thing I want to note is that elemental planes have portals called vortices that connect them with the material plane in areas where that raw elemental power can be seen. So for example, a vortex to the plane of fire would be found in the middle of a volcano. Or a portal will be opened up in the middle of a lightning storm, connecting to the quasi-elemental plane of lightning. This concept is very helpful to know on how do you travel to the inner planes, but as far as where specific gates are found or where a specific vortex is formed, I'm going to skip all of that, because in an overview video like this, it would just be a chaotic mess of, oh, this plane connects to this plane to this here, and this gate's found here, and this gate's found here. It's too much for this. I do put those in my in-depth videos of the different planes, which I only have Feywild and Shadowfell at the moment. I hope to do all of them in time, which will definitely take a while, but that is a place where I put all those specifics for you. Alright, that is enough for the overview. Let's check out these planes one by one, just giving a little something to wet the palate. Let's take a look at the elemental plane of air. And from there, we're going to be moving clockwise around to all the other elements before we hit up the para-elemental planes. The elemental plane of air, representing movement, inspiration, and breath of life. Gravity is subjective directional gravity. The plane of air is an open expanse of sky with changing wind currents and kingdoms that are built upon their own flying islands. Storms are frequent here. Thunderstorms, tornadoes, and hurricanes sweeping through randomly. Many inhabitants call the plane of air their home, including Aarakocra, Vati, air elementals, Jinn, Genasi, hippogriffs, sphinxes, beholders, and pegasi. The Jinn are the most helpful to travelers as they can create food and water out of thin air and are willing to talk. Their major city is called Citadel of Ice and Steel, a citadel made up of different layers of gardens, courts, and labyrinths. Other places of importance include the realm of Akka, a city of silvery spires and gardens. Here, the powerful Wind Dukes reign, dedicated to law and good, protecting the plane against elemental evil and chaos. The Wind Dukes are Vati, a race that once conquered all the elemental planes, but were almost wiped out in the war against chaos long ago. As I mentioned other important places in all the other different elemental planes, I'm going to underline them on this chart that you can find in the 5e Dungeon Master's Guide. Other important places include an open expanse called the Labyrinth Winds. This area is filled with crisscrossing wind streams that will tear any creature apart that can't navigate it. Towards the Plane of Fire lies the Sirocco Straits, where the air is hot and dry, leaving floating islands burnt and bare in its wake. Towards the Plane of Water lies the Mistral Reach. Cold, frigid winds blow snow and ice. The floating islands here are all covered in snow. Of all the elemental planes, the Plane of Air is probably one of the most welcoming because of the good and lawful reign of the Wind Dukes and the hospitality of the Jinn. It is a great entry point for the adventures within the elemental planes, and it's also a place of pure elemental air. The elemental plane of water, representing healing, ears, and rhythmic flow, subject to directional gravity. The elemental plane of water is an endless ocean with unfathomable depths called the Sea of Worlds. Coral reefs and atolls rise above the surface, creating a few islands that are in constant turmoil for real estate among air breathers. Other settlements are built upon large rafts that float along the surface. A warm sun rises and sets in the water, and nighttime brings an array of stars and auroras if the sky is clear. Now, before you think that this is some sort of Caribbean paradise, this plane experiences extreme weather changes. Calm seas one moment, then the wind whips up the ocean into an absolute nightmare for all on the surface. Rains can cause flash flooding, and tremors cause devastating tsunamis. There are two places of incredible importance on the ocean's surface. First, the trading port of the City of Glass. Built upon an iceberg, this city is encased in what the residents claim to be unbreakable glass, though it has been broken before, just don't tell them that. Half of the city is submerged, while the other half is open to the air. It is a perfect spot for both land and sea dwellers to talk, trade, and live. The other place to take note of is the Isle of Dread. This island is directly connected to the material plane by vortices made by frequent and regular storms surrounding the island. Seasoned sailors can correctly recognize the troubled currents, traveling between the planes freely. This is no voyage for the faint of heart, however, as many captains foolishly attempt to travel to the Isles, only to lose their lives and ship, earning the island the name Isle of Dread. Diving beneath the surface opens up a new world of possibilities. Most of the life flourishes closer to the surface, where the pressure is lighter, the water warmer, and the sun still shines through. This region is named the Sea of Light. The deeper you go, the darker and more dangerous it gets. The deep is called the Darkened Depths. The Sea of Ice lies close to the border of the Plane of Air. Icebergs bob up and down in these frigid waters, and some areas are even large sheets of ice. If the cold doesn't kill you, the Yetis and white dragons might. The Silt Flats lie close to the border of the Plane of Earth. Here, the water turns to sludge that chokes out most life. Other than the usual marine life, we have merfolk, mephits, and the water djinn, Merid, that make their home in the elemental plane of water. Merid live in connecting strongholds and swear reluctant fealty to the Padishah, keeper of the empire, the pearl of the sea. And I say reluctantly because the Merid are a proud race, each one believing that the throne should be theirs, and all other creatures are beneath them, which, to be fair, they are the most powerful of the djinn. They hoard treasure with the same amount of greed as a dragon, and need to be spoken to in reverence and honorifics. The Citadel of 10,000 Pearls is the largest of the Merid strongholds, and it is a sight to behold. Towering spires with pearls, massive living shells of creatures I wish not to meet. In deeper water, some of the strongest monsters lurk. Leviathans, krakens, and the rightfully feared aboleth. Of all the mysteries of the deep, one of the greatest is that of the being called the Mysterious Avenger. Is it a massive manta ray, or is it a mechanical construct? It zaps any unfortunate soul with lightning bolts from its tail at an 18th level spellcaster. Was it created by ancients? What is its purpose? The elemental plane of water is quite the playground for maritime adventure. Do players live out the daring adventures of pirates on the high seas? Do they dive deeper to uncover the secrets of ancient ruins, or talk to the Merid? Do they wheel and deal at the City of Glass? Or do they just have fun swimming with the dolphins and trying to hitch a ride on the rare Tojanida? The elemental plane of Earth. Resembling rigidity, stern resolve, and tradition. Heavy gravity. The plane of Earth is made up of towering mountain ranges, so high that no air can be found at the top. Caverns and tunnels wind their way through the mountain range like a porous rock. It is in these passages that most creatures and visitors travel. The largest of these caverns house the capital city of the rock djinn, or Dao, called the City of Jewels. This bejeweled city is magnificent in its splendor. Any kind of precious stone imaginable are carved into lavish dwelling places. The Dao, like the Merid, hoard precious stone and minerals for their own desires. Teams of slaves are sent out to search the plane for anything worth harvesting to bring back to the city. Now, if you are thinking that this is ripe for the picking for any thief, think again. A powerful enchantment protects the whole city from any theft, and the punishment is severe. The thief and all relatives to the thief are executed. Better off searching elsewhere for those riches. Other inhabitants that call this plane their home are earth elementals, Zorn, dwarves, dragons, and gargoyles. The mountains lying close to the plane of fire are called the furnaces. Here, great forges take advantage of the natural lava and precious ore of the plane to craft beautiful armaments, jewels, and artifacts. On the opposite side of the plane, towards the plane of water, the earth turns into muck in a region called the Mud Hills. Landslides are common and hills are pushed up while old ones erode away. It may be a place to find hidden treasures, or maybe an old boot. The elemental plane of Earth is one of the best areas to locate rare ores and minerals. Either try your luck roaming the plane, hunting dragons, or bartering with the Dao. Magnificent weaponry, armor, and artifacts can be crafted here as well if players can get on the good side of the Dao. Last of the 4 elemental planes is the plane of fire, representing vibrancy, passion, and change. At its best, it's warmth and compassion. At its worst, it's destruction. The plane of fire is normal gravity. The ground here is similar to the material plane, but with ash and other debris. Elemental fire burns consistently throughout the plane, making the ground feel like hot coals. Rivers of magma branch their way through the landscape. There is no traditional night here, as the sun is always in the sky, but it does wane to a deep red at what would be considered midnight. The worst of the heat is during the afternoon, where the sun shines blindingly bright. The heat is comparable to a hot desert in the material plane, requiring visitors to wear sun-protecting clothing as they travel, as well as guarding them against windstorms carrying burning embers and thick ash called cinder storms. In fact, most of the plane is a barren plane of ash and cinder with half-buried ruins and crisscrossing lava streams called the Cinder Wastes. Here, wild salamanders, hellhounds, pyrohydras, and other creatures roam and battle for territory. At the edge of the Cinder Waste, however, is a city whose fame has reached the far edges of the multiverse, the City of Brass. As you may have guessed, the City of Brass is built of shining brass that seem to dance like fire in the sun. The 3E Manual of the Planes describes the city as, quote, "The city itself is cradled in a brass hemisphere 40 miles across, floating above a plate of cracked obsidian at the heart of the elemental plane of fire. Stairs of burning basalt and rivers of flame stream up from the surface below to the well-armed gates of the city. The city walls may be reached by flying creatures, but the Efreet take a dim view of interlopers who refuse to present themselves at one of the city's gates." End quote. The Fire Jinn, or Efreet, control this city. In the center of the city, the Burning Palace, also called the Charcoal Palace, of the Grand Sultan stands, contrasted against the great fountains of lava that decorate the outside. Within the city's limits, all visitors and inhabitants are protected from the burning heat and cinder storms, making it a hub of trade. And boy, is it a city of trade. Visitors from across the multiverse come here to trade. Looking for anything specific? There's a strong possibility it can be found at the markets of the City of Brass. While here, however, travelers of good alignment need to be careful. The city is mildly evil aligned, and there are gates that connect directly to the 9 hells. At the edge of the city lies the Sea of Fire, extending all the way towards the Plane of Air. Here, a sea of lava flows around islands of obsidian holding small settlements, ancient ruins, and lairs of powerful red dragons. Efreet and Azers sail in brass ships across its surface. Traveling away from the City of Brass and across the Cinder Waste, visitors find themselves at the Fountains of Creation, a volcanic mountain range that is home to the Azers. More red dragons and fire giants roam these mountains. Even though the elemental plane of fire is the most inhospitable to visitors, it is the most visited, thanks to the City of Brass and the gates to the 9 hells. Here, players can battle dragons, search ruins under layers of ash, exchange information and wares found nowhere else, and perhaps get stuck in the middle of clashes between the fire elementals, Azers, and the Efreet. That finishes the 4 primary elemental planes. Next, let's take a look at the elemental planes found where the elements of each plane collide, forming what are called the para-elemental planes. Starting once again at the elemental plane of air and working clockwise, we run into the plane of ice, or Frostfell, found at the border between the plane of air and water. Para-elemental planes. The plane of ice. Frostfell. Frostfell is an endless glacier with furious blizzards. Frozen caverns and sinkholes are hidden beyond the white blur of snow. There are areas so cold that even fire freezes. Penguins waddle their way across the snow, away from polar bears and other animals native to the icy plain. Most other animals, however, are what are called elementals, which are animals composed of the element of the plane, which in this case is ice. Para-elementals of ice and 8-foot-tall ice elementals called Imos walk the plane in search of knowledge frozen in the ice to bring home to their libraries in the mountain of ultimate winter. Other inhabitants include frost salamanders, frost trolls, ice giants, rummerhazes, and white dragons. There is one spot that is inhabitable to non-natives, and that is the trading post of Tira Minute, or Manu. There is a glassy shield around this city that keeps it from freezing, making it cold but livable. It turns out that the ice here never melts, and is worth trading to keep or sell to engineers or wizards. While I'm talking about these important places, I'm going to pause here just for 1 second, because the map that I have shown here on the screen doesn't show much of anything other than how all the elemental planes are divided up. There is a more detailed diagram found in the Planescape Inner Planes sourcebook, which I will show on the screen now. Moving forward, I will show these diagrams as they are more detailed, but I'll explain what's going on here. In the center or core of this diagram, you have the para-elemental plane of ice. It says core ice here because this is the core or the center of the para-elemental plane of ice before you start hitting the surrounding or border elemental planes, which are the different sections in this larger circle surrounding the core ice. So we have the elemental plane of air and the elemental plane of water, which makes sense with what we have discussed so far. But these two below and these two above might be a little bit confusing because we haven't touched them yet. Those are the quasi-elemental planes. The two planes shown below are the quasi-elemental planes that are connected with the negative energy plane. The elemental plane of air combined with the negative energy plane is the quasi-elemental plane of vacuum, and the elemental plane of water combined with the negative energy plane is the quasi-elemental plane of salt. The two quasi-elemental planes above are the ones that are combined with the positive energy plane. Air mixed with the positive energy plane is lightning, and water mixed with the positive energy plane is steam. Here is our Tira menu. There's another place to look out for, but to avoid rather than visit. The Chiseled Estate is an icy fortress home to an ice archon by the name of Cryonax, prince of evil ice creatures. It is rumored that he has enslaved wizards to create new creatures of living ice, which he intends to use to wage war against the other planes. He isn't the only one with such lofty goals. The leader of the white dragons living on this plane also has plans of conquest. Observatorium, an elder white dragon wizard, is collecting allies to wage war against her enemies. Frostfell is an unforgiving plane that holds many secrets frozen in time. Will players come here to fetch elemental ice to trade in the City of Brass? Will they seek knowledge from the Imos and para-elementals in the Mountain of Ultimate Winter? Or will they stumble across the mystery of the Arcadia, a frozen museum of the most bizarre creatures from across the multiverse? Keep moving in this plane, or you will end up like one of the sleeping ones. Monsters miles long, frozen against the sand of time. Creatures that could possibly change the cosmos if ever awakened out of their icy prison. The Plane of Ooze, or the Swamp of Oblivion. Subjective gravity. The para-elemental plane of Ooze is where the plane of water meets the plane of earth, creating a plane full of muck and slime. Settlements built upon wooden stilts rise out of the filth, but few actually choose to live on this plane. A lot of the inhabitants got here by accident, or were sent here for punishment. For example, a mining crew of gnomes accidentally mined their way into the plane from the Quasi-Elemental Plane of Minerals. With no way to return, the gnomes built a floating raft home that has since grown into a small town. Other inhabitants to the plane include poisonous and venomous reptiles, insects, leeches, maggots, jellyfish, electric eels, ooze animentals, and other wildlife found in swamps. Hags, ooze mephits, and para-elementals, powerful slimes and jellies. Odiug, Bwim the Second, para-elemental princess of Ooze, rules here, though most of the inhabitants just ignore her, as she isn't very powerful. She's also friends with the demon prince Jubilex on the 222nd layer of the Abyss, which is a layer of slime. Traveling the plane is a bit difficult as everything can kill. Diseases are common, and getting stuck in the ooze is a real hazard. If all this hasn't won you over, the Plane of Ooze is also the trash site of Sigil. It's gotta go somewhere, right? The Plane of Ooze doesn't have the most appealing qualities, but it is the place where powerful artifacts are sent to go missing or destroyed. If players are lucky, they can find artifacts so powerful that someone thought it should disappear. Players can also find the House of Chambered Madness that holds many quests and powerful artifacts that the natives have come across. If any quest ever sends you to the center of the plane, be on the lookout for Quilla, gems of breathtaking beauty formed from the pressure of the ooze that can sell for 1,000 gold pieces each. The Plane of Magma, also called the Fountains of Creation. Normal gravity. The para-elemental plane of Magma is where the elemental plane of Earth meets the plane of Fire. The fountains of creation continue into this plane, with the volcanoes here more active. The whole plane is igneous rock that floats upon the surface of magma, glowing with a red hue. The closer one is to the plane of fire, the land has absorbed into the magma, and a sea of lava sits covering the plane instead. Noxious fumes rise from the earth in an overhanging smog, and plume from bubbles in the lava that burst. Getting burnt from fire is one thing, but lava clinging to your body is a whole nother horror. Traveling closer to the border of the plane of Earth is recommended, as the lava slows its flow, and more solid ground takes over. Chilimba and his lava mephits rule here. The cruel and tyrannical ruler resides in a fortress called Caldera that is carved into the shape of an immense fire dragon. I would stay away from him if possible. It is said that he has learned all means of torture from a pit fiend, and ended up even teaching his master a thing or two. The lava mephit's enemy, the more reasonable magmen, are found across the plane. Magmen are fond of trading and are the best inhabitants to interact with without getting burned alive. Other inhabitants include fire giants who have settled into fortresses, the biggest of which is called Thermax. Red dragons, azures, lava fish, and one of my personal favorites, blazons, small animated burning rocks used as watchdogs by the mephits. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any pictures of them. One of the most important places on this plane is the city of Nevermore, that was built around a cursed artifact called the Chill Sword. The sword chilled the air around it in a 500-foot radius, hardening the ground and allowing primers to live here safely. Visitors can visit the city to buy a breathing device to safely travel the plane. Travelers visit the para-elemental plane of magma for one main reason: to collect the leaves of the Tandersol plant, a metallic plant that is not only beautiful, but also can be crafted into armor that halves fire damage. Corland Redblaze and his mercenary company of fire giants, named the Flaming Axe, can also be found here. This company boasts some of the best gear and martial skills in any of the planes. The last of the para-elemental planes is where I break my rule of sticking with 5e as a baseline. In 5e, the plane found at the border of the elemental planes of fire and air is the Plane of Ash. However, the 1e Manual of the Planes and in the Planescape source books, the places to find the most extensive information on the quasi-elemental planes names it Smoke, and has a Quasi-Elemental Plane of Ash. I was originally just going to keep the 5e Plane of Ash and change the Quasi-Elemental to Smoke, but realized it isn't that simple. There's just too many things to change. So here we go, the Para-Elemental Plane of Smoke, originally Ash. Also called the Great Conflagration, Subjective Gravity. The Plane of Smoke plays an important role in the inner planes. It is a region of war between the Jinn of the Plane of Air and the Efri of the Fire Plane. Much like the Elemental Plane of Air, the Para-Elemental Plane of Smoke has little in the way of land to walk on. Once again, settlements have been built upon chunks of rock that float. The Jinn hate this plane because their air is pure, while the Plane of Smoke has, well, smoke. Suffocating, blinding smoke that makes it incredibly difficult to see. But it is a better alternative than fighting on the elemental plane of fire. Besides the ongoing war, the plane is home to para-elementals, smoke mephits, belkers, animentals, vapor rats, and soot beasts. A smoke mephit by the name of Ekok, the Smoldering Duke, holds influential power. Not much stronger than any other smoke mephit, Ekok is cunning and a smooth talker. He resides in the floating castle called the Choking Palace. Other places of interest include Rhinesong's Ashen Fortress, where a powerful cloud giant lives in a huge fortress made of smoke. Cursed to live here, Rhinesong's bitterness leads him to attack anything on sight, setting his pet Grell upon intruders. Belkers live in a floating archipelago called Cinderwood, though they don't take kindly to visitors. Mortals also live here in an enchanted city that keeps away the smoke. The problem is finding it. Players are spoiled for choice on this plane on who to interact with. Find the hidden city, talk to the Belkers in Cinderwood, storm Rhinesong's Ashen Fortress for treasures, or make friends with Ekok and seek out knowledge from his extensive library. I hear that he is easily won over by gifts, especially ever-smoking bottles and braziers of sleep smoke. The Quasi-Elemental Planes. This picture shows the inner plane's sphere opened up like a clamshell. You may have also noticed that the sphere has the positive energy plane at the top and the negative energy plane at the bottom. This is different than 5e. This is older editions when the positive energy plane and the negative energy planes were the top and bottom of the inner planes only, and not the entire world cosmology, which we see in 5e. This is why I said you could completely cut out the quasi-elemental planes if you wanted to, and there would be no conflict with the 5e model. Covering them in this video when I said that 5e is going to be my baseline is a little odd, but I just figured, you know what, I'm already covering the inner planes, let's complete all of them, let's cover all the inner planes, and again, as I mentioned, there's some pretty cool stuff in these quasi-elemental planes, so if you want them, keep them, if you don't want them, just toss them out. These planes, as mentioned, are formed by the elemental planes reaching up towards the positive energy hemisphere, or down towards the negative energy hemisphere. So if you picture the elemental planes in the para-elemental planes that we just covered as the equator of the Earth, and then if you went north, you hit the positive energy plane, and you went south, you hit the negative energy plane. Everything in between the equator and the two, the North Pole and South Pole in this example, I guess, you would hit the quasi-elemental planes. Each elemental plane, therefore, will have a positive quasi-elemental plane and a negative quasi-elemental plane. So, for example, air here has positive lightning quasi-elemental plane, negative vacuum quasi-elemental plane. Alright, here we go. The quasi-elemental plane of lightning, the plane of air, and the positive energy plane. Subjective gravity. The quasi-elemental plane of lightning is very much the same as the plane of air. However, instead of the endless expanse of blue sky, thunderclouds fill the plane and lightning consistently forks its way through them. The air is breathable, but there is a metallic tang to it, as well as a higher percentage of ozone. The clouds can become so charged with energy that they become plasma pockets, areas that deal significant damage to anyone who stumbles into them. Balls of lightning float around in the air, continuously arcing out in energy in all directions. The inhabitants that call this plane home are quasi-elementals, who are chaotic and playful, rolling with laughter like the sound of thunder. Lightning mephits that have built tiny kingdoms. Energons, specifically Zagia, that travel from the positive energy plane, make their way through here and will sometimes use the plane as a way station to the material plane through the vortices created. Shockers, who are an interesting race of elementals that are split into two groups. Sojourners, who like to travel and talk, and contented ones, who are just happy to stay right where they are. Most inhabitants here are happy and friendly, though there is an odd creature that isn't so friendly. The Mreb. These orbs with tentacle limbs like to grab anything around them, and, for some reason, throw them into lightning. Why? No one knows, but it could definitely make for some interesting interactions. Lightning dragons are also found here, enjoying the plane as a nice paradise of relaxation. Last of all, Jinn come here to hunt the inhabitants for various reasons, and to no one's surprise, the inhabitants here don't like them very much. There are two places of importance here. A village floating on an island called the Eye, as in the Eye of the Storm, though it's a bit of a misnomer. This isn't actually the center of the plane, it's just a pocket of calmer weather. Similar pockets can be found throughout the plane. The Eye is a great place for trade, food, lodging, and information. At the very border of the plane and the positive energy plane, a crackling blue tower pierces the very heavens. Legend has it that it was built to mark the border between the two planes, but no one truly knows, as it is ancient. The very building blocks of the structure of unknown material. No one has ever been able to enter it, but who knows? Maybe your players will be the first to discover what's hiding inside. Of all the quasi-elemental planes, this one is the friendliest and most connected. Seek out knowledge on how to bend lightning to your will. Or locate Vividium, a form of solid lightning found in the clouds that can act as a continual source of energy that is, as you might imagine, incredibly useful. The quasi-elemental plane of Radiance, the elemental plane of fire, and positive energy plane, subjective gravity. The quasi-elemental plane of Radiance is an open expanse of blinding light and heat. It is a place of absolute purity, and the inhabitants don't take kindly to visitors corrupting it. Any liquids brought here boil, including those in your own body. Oof. The blinding light, intense heat, and prideful inhabitants make this plane very difficult to endure, but if properly protected from the elements, there are some marvelous places to visit. The Kingdom of the Blind is built in a massive mineral pocket of reflective crystals, protecting it from the blinding radiance of the plane and hiding it from plain sight. The king of the city is a tiefling by the name of Nilinar Baskinal, whose mind was implanted into a clay golem. The Refuge of Color is a very strange paradise and the only natural solid ground in existence here. The island itself is swirling with different colors of light. The rulers of this place are mysterious in nature, half bird, half human, standing 10 feet tall with godlike power. They are known as King Black and Queen White. In their service are the beautifully colored Veriso birds. As intriguing as this kingdom is, the king and queen are quite aloof and rarely welcome visitors out of indifference. Other inhabitants of the plane include the independent and philosophical quasi-elementals, Scylla, which are little motes of light that devour color, undead darklights who hunt Scylla and the other inhabitants, radiant mephits, and welcomed visitors that also cherish the purity of light, including divas, solars, and planetars. The Quasi-Elemental Plane of Radiance is worth a visit if possible. Players can visit the Tower of Healing, built entirely out of blue light, where all wounds, injuries, and diseases heal completely. Just don't stay too long, or you'll disappear. Or perhaps they can pique the interest of the king and queen of the Refuge of Color. It is also rumored that any weapon forged here has an incredibly sharp edge and is infused with the brightness of the plane, glowing in divine radiance. The Quasi-Elemental Plane of Mineral. The Elemental Plane of Earth mixed with the Positive Energy Plane. Regular gravity. The Quasi-Elemental Plane of Mineral is a giant cavern system with no surface or light. To get around, visitors have to dig or follow already established tunnels. This plane has precious gems scattered like Legos across the ground. Well, according to the rumors, that is. Anyone trying to strike it rich here is going to find it isn't as easy as everyone says. You see, there seems to be a natural curse to the plane. Stay too long and, well, you'll become quite the statue. Petrification isn't the only danger here. The quasi-elementals here do not appreciate visitors taking their gems and will fight to defend it. Nor do the Shorn, whose whole diet consists of these precious stones. Other inhabitants that call this plane their home are Kargra, Chrismals, Thakwa, mineral mephits, dwarves, Peck, and Dao that come to visit from the elemental plane of Earth. There are a few places of importance to look out for here. The self-proclaimed ruler of the plane is Crystal, a being of unknown origin that rules a peaceful and just kingdom. He is said to be kind, though I wouldn't recommend getting on his bad side, as he has all the precious and rare minerals available to him, allowing him to create some of the strongest golems imaginable. Durast, a dwarven stronghold, stands strong against incursions and is friendly to visitors. Priests perform blessings that protect individuals from petrification. The quasi-elemental plane of mineral is worthy of investigation, and if properly equipped, might even be safer than dealing with the Dao on the elemental plane of Earth. Players can stock up on precious minerals for bartering power, or visit the Tower of Lead in a region called Gemfield. This tower boasts a forge second only to that of the dwarf deity Moradin, but there is a catch. No one has ever left the tower. The quasi-elemental plane of Steam. The elemental plane of water mixed with the positive energy plane. Subjective gravity. The quasi-elemental plane of steam is fascinating, as the air is so thick with water that you can actually swim through it. Instead of being hot, the air is cold and clammy, like being outside on a cold, rainy day. Even though anyone can swim through the air, inhabitants travel on steamships to get around. These inhabitants include steam and mist mephits that constantly fight with one another, quasi-elementals that are secretive, perhaps a spy network for the Dal. Clandesi are intelligent, solitary hunters that phase in and out of the mist. Faber are odd steam-filled balloon creatures that float around. Important places to visit include the Straits of Varagon, which is a valley of clear air which is useful for traveling and trading. Be careful traveling through, however, as bandits lurk among the mists. Plants are easy to grow and harvest here in what are called cloud farms. The Tower of Ice takes advantage of this, mixing rare potions and poisons to cure many sicknesses or depose any foe. Any player in search of any particular concoction will most likely find it here. Now it's time to cover the quasi-elemental planes that are a combination of the elemental planes and negative energy plane. Two things to note. Since the negative energy plane is the source of death, all four of these planes will be dangerous and destructive. And number two, there is a faction that lives in strongholds on each of these planes called the Doom Guard. The Doom Guard believes in the natural process of decay and death, and it is their mission to allow this process to continue unimpeded. Starting one last time at the plane of air and going clockwise, actually this time, we have the quasi-elemental plane of vacuum. The quasi-elemental plane of vacuum. The elemental plane of air and negative energy plane. Subjective gravity. The quasi-elemental plane of vacuum has no air, light, water, or heat. It is an endless void of very little matter, and few inhabitants other than undead that spill over from the negative energy plane. Quasi-elementals roam the plane, looking to destroy everything, because vacuum. Other inhabitants include Sun Sing, a mysterious creature living at the heart of a pocket of negative energy. Rumor has it that he might be the only living vacuum mephit left. He has agents throughout the multiverse collecting pieces to some sort of puzzle that he is piecing together. Zal the Destroyer is a giant beholder, about 2 times the size of a normal one, that loves to destroy indiscriminately. He lives on a fragment of elemental ice from the para-elemental plane of ice. His army of undead, quasi-elementals, and beholders is a frightening one that the Doom Guard always keeps tabs on. Speaking of the Doom Guard, they live in a fortress called the Citadel Exhalis, or the Portal of Last Breath. This impressive fortress is built around a portal that is directly connected to their place of worship, the negative energy plane. The quasi-elemental plane of vacuum is one of the key places for players to battle it out with the Doomsguard, to stop them from releasing their collective store of orbs of annihilation. Sun Sing is an interesting villain that players can confront after running into his agents somewhere out in the multiverse. The concept of a dangerous and mysterious puzzle that he is putting together opens up loads of creative possibilities. Just what is it that he's up to? The quasi-elemental plane of salt. The elemental plane of water and negative energy. Normal gravity. The quasi-elemental plane of salt is an endless landmass of alkaline minerals. Just like the other planes of earth and mineral, moving through this plane consists of either digging or following old mine shafts. Due to its high concentration of salt, the land itself leaches liquid from all inhabitants, making it a very difficult plane to settle. Most animal inhabitants live a nomadic life, scrounging the plane for food and liquid, similar to those found in the deserts of the prime material. Other inhabitants include quasi-elementals and salt mephits that get along well, and facets, a truly terrifying race. Facets are 5-foot-tall humanoid salt crystals lacking all features aside from hard angular lines. What makes them truly scary is their thirst for water, including that of your own body. They operate as a hive mind and are amassing a force to assault the one plane that could sate their thirst: the elemental plane of water. Another creature exists on this plane that seems to live solely to wage war on anything that moves. Tor Selinus, a brine dragon. He doesn't seek to rule or amass wealth, he simply desires to wipe everything else off the face of the plane. Not all inhabitants are unfriendly, though. Small mining settlements of dwarves, gnomes, goblins, and kobolds exist, scattered throughout the caverns, each with their own method or enchantments to stave off dehydration. The Quasi-Elemental Plane of Salt is a plane with few reasons to visit, but there are some overarching ideas that make this plane viable in an adventure. Information on the facets could be valuable for gaining favor with the Merid on the elemental plane of water. The Doomguard here supply both demons and devils with weapons and information about each other to further the blood war, which I will mention once we reach the outer planes. The Quasi-Elemental Plane of Dust. The elemental plane of earth and negative energy. Subject of gravity. The Quasi-Elemental Plane of Dust is a dark, open expanse of howling winds and dust particles that sting bare skin. Anything that exists on this plane disintegrates at a faster rate than normal, subject to the plane's disintegration trait. Sometimes the elemental dust will stick together, forming a sort of dust cobweb that is as strong as steel. Travelers ensnared by these traps will slowly have their ability scores lowered and age faster than usual. Other times, the elemental dust builds into a swirling vortex, taking on the shape of a human, eerily walking through the plane or racing along at the speed of a horse. Dust devils, they are called, and none too friendly. Getting hit by one is as dangerous as being on the receiving end of a disintegration spell. Other inhabitants that make up the plane include quasi-elementals, the mightiest of which is the Alu-Kon Song, High General, or Wind of Destruction. The very disturbing Hakashir, and denizens of the elemental plane of Earth, Shorn, Sandlings, Dao, etc. Even though the quasi-elemental plane of vacuum holds a portal to the negative energy plane, the Doomguard's home base is found in the quasi-elemental plane of dust. Citadel of Luvis is kept safe from the disintegration trait by a wall of force, and many Doomguard live inside its walls. Why the quasi-elemental plane of dust? It aligns perfectly with their philosophy, the process of decay. Let's face it, no one in their right mind comes here without a good reason. Players can search out and collect magic dust that can be thrown for invisibility and sleep effects. There are also rumors of an ancient city in the region of the Wasting Place that has been protected from the disintegration trait of the plane. There may be some inhabitants still living here that can share knowledge of the vehicles that can hover, traveling at incredible speeds over land. Last but not least, the Quasi-Elemental Plane of Ash. The elemental plane of fire and negative energy. Normal gravity. The Quasi-Elemental Plane of Ash is a landscape of compacted ash that absorbs the heat from any living thing. Ash clouds, thick or thin, create a gray haze that diminishes visibility. Here and there, pockets of elemental ash, sensitive to magic, absorb the magical energy of any spell cast in the area, leaving the spellcaster afflicted with a sort of magic drain, unable to cast spells for a time. Any water brought here will turn to sludge and quickly dry out, hardening like cement. There may be few inhabitants on the plane, but there are some key players at work here. Ash mephits live in scattered communities across the plane. Wraiths that hunt in packs. Hajin, possibly the last Ash Genasi in existence, searches the plane for his ancestors. Through his travels, he has acquired a mass of powerful artifacts that make him a fierce foe of anyone that gets on his bad side. He is also friends with the white dragon Shakralag, who lives on the plane. Gazra, the Shifting Emperor, is an Ash quasi-elemental that has taken over the old capital city of the elemental plane of fire called the Citadel of the Former Plane. He controls a bunch of undead. Vecna has a base here in a skull-shaped citadel by the name of Cavachus. Word has it that he drove out the Doomguard that lived within its walls and was using the base as a place to conduct experiments in dark magic. The place is ancient and already held many secrets before Vecna arrived, some secrets so dark that even Vecna never fully explored its depths. The kicked-out Doomguard went their own way and built the constantly crumbling citadel. These Doomguard, called the Sifters, search through the ash for anything of value. And sometimes they come across organic elemental ash, and they are able to resurrect creatures that died a long time ago. The Quasi-Elemental Plane of Ash, like the others tied to the negative energy plane, is not entirely welcoming. But having some powerful and influential beings here can help tie this plane into a running campaign where players explore and gather information that those on the outer planes will pay very good money for. That is the last of the quasi-elemental planes, which leaves us with the elemental plane of chaos. This one is a bit of a doozy, as there isn't much information laid out for us except in 4th edition, which is when things changed drastically into the world axis cosmology. The elemental planes, positive and negative energy planes, limbo, and abyss were all absorbed into the elemental plane of chaos, so there's a lot of conflicting and overlapping information, especially for the inhabitants and important places. For example, the City of Brass from the elemental plane of fire is now found in the elemental plane of chaos, or just elemental chaos in this world cosmology. I will be drawing most of my information from the 4E Manual of the Planes and the Plane Below Secrets of the Elemental Chaos books, but I will be only grabbing details that aren't connected to the 4E World Access cosmology. Quoting from the 4E Manual of the Planes, quote, "Chaos is the raw material of creation, that from which the universe arose, untouched by the stabilizing divine influence that formed the world into a more or less permanent state. The elemental chaos is a roiling tempest of matter and energy. At times, areas coalesce into coherent shapes and terrain, but much of it resembles a stormy sea of churning destruction." End quote. The elemental chaos both creates and destroys, and is said to be the birthplace of the elemental primordials. Other inhabitants include Titans, Elementals, and Elemental Archons, Genasi, and then races that will overlap with the races from the other planes, like the Slod, Githzeri, and Demons. I mentioned gravity in the other planes, and in the plane of elemental chaos, we have something a little different. The rules of gravity for inanimate objects and materials is called elemental buoyancy, and acts similar to no gravity. Islands, called earth motes, made of different elements will float through the void as far as their momentum carries them. But where do they get their momentum? The chaotic nature that is chaos. Currents of chaos twist, turn, and crisscross in ways that are unpredictable and illogical, carrying with it all the inhabitants that live here, riding along on some crazy roller coaster ride. All animate objects and materials have normal gravity. While the islands may float, Jumping off one is a long fall. It is an interesting combination that I think exemplifies the chaotic nature of the plane. Inhabitants have found ways to travel these currents, with gliders, spelljammers, portal gates, hitchhiking on islands, moving in their desired direction, which I thought was cool, or just plain old flying, either by spell or griffin back. I will cover 3 places of importance found here. First up will be Pillars of Creation. Giant pillars made of different material pierce through the plane. Rumor has it that these pillars hold up the world itself. The number of pillars is unknown to all but the gods and primordials, but 3 pillars in particular are well documented. The Obelisk of Ice, the Raging Storm, and the Torrent of Magma, each made up of the corresponding elements. Next we have Urdok Morda, an ancient iron city built during the Dawn War. It sits on an earth moat rich with iron and adamantium. The inhabitants here employ secret techniques passed down from the primordials themselves. Lastly, Glomnol, City of Rain, a trading city founded by the Genasi, where the rain always pours down. At one point in its history, the city was under constant siege by giants and archons, and out of desperation the inhabitants turned to the worship of Dagon, Lord of the Darkened Depths, who rescued them out of the hands of their enemies, at the exchange of their city and souls. I wouldn't recommend swimming there anytime soon, as demonic fish still lurk in the water. The Elemental Plane of Chaos is a great place where anything can happen. It can be used as a wild and dangerous adventure filled with whatever imagination the Dungeon Master can come up with. Will players discover more Pillars of Creation and find the secrets hidden there? Will players search for powerful and unique artifacts in the city of Urdok Morda? Or will there be a Call of Cthulhu-inspired adventure played out in the city of Glomnol? Next, we will be taking a closer look at the Outer Planes. The Outer Planes are the homes of the gods, powerful beings that shape each outer plane to their own will, making them highly morphic rather than static. For example, if I am traveling from point A to point B on, say, Mount Celestia, the ruling deity may make my travels easy and short, or long and difficult on a whim by turning a flat plane into a mountain. Distance becomes irrelevant. If this concept becomes too confusing or just annoying, feel free to change them to just static places like the material plane. The idea behind this is that the outer planes are powerful and ideal realms that mimic the characteristics and alignment of the gods that live there. It's where heroes and villains go upon ascension and spirits go after death. However, that does not mean that all inhabitants already living here are immortal, powerful beings. Mortals live here as well, descendants from those that traveled from the prime material plane. Speaking of inhabitants, let's define some terms, and these terms are taken from Planescape, and I find them helpful to clarify who or what I am talking about. Planars. Planars are either inhabitants that are native to the plane itself, or born on any plane that isn't. Again, I repeat, that isn't the prime material plane, and its echoes. Those born on the prime material plane are called primers. Aside from deities and planars, petitioners live here as well, and petitioners are the spirits of deceased primes or mortal planars. Death can be a bit tricky in Dungeons & Dragons because it changes depending on the setting and edition. Sometimes petitioners just went directly to the outer plane that matched their alignment and deity they followed. In 4E, petitioners went through Litherna, home of the Raven Queen in Shadowfell. In the Forgotten Realms, petitioners traveled to the Fugue Plane to be judged, and then were gathered by proxies or the deities themselves. More on the Fugue Plane in another video in this series, just so we don't get sidetracked. Whatever the case, petitioners take on specific attributes that are different for each outer plane. For example, petitioners on Bytopia become gnomes, as the primary deity there is the gnome god Garl Glittergold. Another example would be the petitioners to Hades, who become either lemurs or larvae upon arrival. It should be stated that the 5e Dungeon Master's Guide gives each outer plane optional rules that apply for the whole plane. These rules deepen the theme and unique traits of the plane, but can also prove to be too much of a hassle. The 5.5e Dungeon Master's Guide simplified, changed, or removed them altogether. The most common optional rule throughout all the planes is Psychic Dissonance. Visitors incompatible to the alignment of that plane have to make a DC 10 Constitution throw or take 1 point of exhaustion at the end of a long rest. Their alignments can also change to that of the plane visited until they leave or dispel the effect. While I won't go into the meaning behind each alignment as we explore each outer plane, as that varies greatly depending on what edition being played and everyone's own thoughts on what alignment actually means, I am pulling what they represent from the 5e Dungeon Master's Guide and 3e Manual of the Planes as an example, as well as a fun or funny quote to go along with it that I really liked, pulled from the 3e Manual of the Planes or Forgotten Realms wiki. Almost all of the outer planes have different environments and realms that are imagined as stacks upon one another called layers. For example, the 9 Hells has, 9 layers. If you're wondering why this video is so long for only 16 outer planes, that's why. Altogether, there are a total of 56 layers in 5th edition, and I want to briefly describe them and point out a few things, so now we can become familiar with them and see which layer in particular we want to visit. Specific regions on a layer owned by a deity are called realms, and some of the older editions call them districts, whatever you prefer. Most portals from other planes are connected to the top layer, unless secret ones are known. Last thing to know before we dive into each outer plane is that there is a war that has been going on for a very, very long time. The main 3 races at war are the lawful evil devils of the 9 Hells, the chaotic evil demons of the Abyss, and the neutral evil, lawful evil Yugolos of Gehenna that play both sides. Even if players don't ever travel to the outer planes, this war, known as the Blood War, has a widespread influence throughout the multiverse. Reading from Hellbound the Blood War sourcebook, quote, "Asking who is involved in the Blood War is like asking how many stars fill the sky. It's an impossible question, but one with an easy answer. All of them. Who's involved in the Blood War? Everyone. From the obvious players like the Bytopia, Tanari, and Yugolos, to the less obvious, the Celestials like Archons and Aasimar, to the nearly inexplicable, the Modrons and the Slotty. Everyone who's anyone on the outer planes has a hand in the Blood War. It's too big an issue for any of them to ignore it. Why? Well, the Blood War isn't just between 2 evil races. It's a struggle for the control of evil itself, for the definition of what true evil really is. The Bytopia represent law, the Tanari chaos, 2 of the most primal forces of the multiverse, and the clash of fiends is really a war to determine which is the right belief, which will now and evermore hold sway. And just to clarify, if you haven't heard of the terms Bytopia or Bytopia, however you would like to say it, and Tanari, those come from the 2nd edition of Dungeons & Dragons. Bytopia are devils, and Tanari are demons. Alright, that is all the background information that is helpful, useful, and interesting before we dive into the outer planes. And as we have been doing with the rest of the parts, we're going to start on the left and go clockwise. I'll be using the big maps from Planescape as well as the smaller maps from the 3e Manual of the Planes, and highlight as we go along. There are some differences, not a ton, but some between the two. Starting with the Clockwork Nirvana of Mechanus, or Mechanus for short, formerly called Nirvana. Lawful neutral, representing law and order. Objective gravity. Mechanus is a plane of gears ranging from small islands to large cogs hundreds of miles across. The gears are all interlocked, turning in an endless cycle like that of a clock. As to what calculations so vast and intricate these gears are engaged in is one of the multiverse's greatest mysteries. The most popular theory is that the plane of Mechanus is keeping track of cosmological time. If the gears ever stop, time itself would stop with them. The plane consists of equal measures of cold and hot, light and dark. The gears themselves are bare metal that have been colonized by inhabitants from other planes to form small paradises to sprawling cities. Robotic creatures called Modrons and Inevitables make up the majority of the inhabitants on this plane. These creatures have a ranking system that reaches all the way up to the sole ruler of the realm Regulus, called Primus. Speaking of realms like Regulus, there are other areas of importance on the plane. The claimed center of the plane is called, well, the center. The center is sprawling with a Formian, not Formarian, which I keep confusing it with, a Formian hive ruled by the Scion Queen Mother, residing in a two-sided city. Numanus contains factories that construct and magically encode monodrones and inevitables. Delon Estin Ultai is a peaceful agricultural town that has a population of seers and fortune-tellers that are born here. The Fortress of Disciplined Enlightenment holds a group of mortals called the Fraternity of Order. Half citadel, half school of thought, this order believes that if they can find secret laws across the multiverse, they can gain the power to control the deities themselves. This order is made up of philosophers, mathematicians, lawyers, clerks, and many, many more. Mechanus has another riddle left unsolved: the purpose of the Great Modron March. Every 289 years, the biggest cog in the plane turns once. This signals the start of the Great Modron March, where thousands of Modrons march throughout all the outer planes. Are they searching for something? Gathering information for Primus? There are so many questions. Optional rules. Number 1. Law of averages. Creatures use the average damage for attacks and spells. Number 2. Imposing order. After a long rest, any visitor that isn't lawful neutral makes a DC 10 Wisdom saving throw, and on failure, alignment changes to lawful neutral. This can be changed back with Dispel Evil and Good. The outer plane of Mechanus has lots of versatility with the different cog kingdoms. The biggest draws are probably the Modrons and the mysterious calculation. Will players infiltrate factories, or maybe get caught in the Great Modron March? The peaceable kingdoms of Arcadia, lawful neutral, lawful good, representing perfect order, purity, and flawlessness. Quote, birds in the forest, flowers in the meadows, and everything is in its place. Why argue with perfection? A petitioner of Arcadia. The outer plane of Arcadia consists of perfectly straight fields and streams. Forests look like orchards with deep green and fiery leaves with copper, gold, silver, or iron sheen on the bark. Night and day are determined by one orb high in the sky, which has one side like the sun and the other like the moon. This provides a perfect split between day and night. The weather is controlled by 4 allied demigods collectively called the Storm Kings. The Cloud King, the Wind Queen, the Lightning King, and the Rain Queen each live in a castle surrounded by the type of weather they are attributed to. Arcadia is made up of 2 layers. The first layer is Abellio, mostly a flat field of plenty. Everything, including the animals, are dedicated to the good of all. There are 3 important places on this plane. Number 1, Mandible, a Formarian hive city ruled by Queen Clarity that is open for trade in its markets. Number 2, Mount Clangeddon. 30,000 feet above the fields, a dwarven sanctuary resides. Legendary smiths and dwarven warriors of righteousness are found within its walls. And number 3, the Basilica of St. Cuthbert. The throne of St. Cuthbert is called the Seat of Truth. St. Cuthbert is the god of common sense and wisdom, but he is also called St. Cuthbert of the Cudgel, where he literally beats common sense into you. His retinue consists of chosen paladins that he sends out on different crusades. The second layer of Arcadia is called Buxinus. It's a landscape of valleys and orchards, similar to the first layer. There is a militant group from the Ethereal Plane that have alignment training camps, where they try to take chaotic aligned mortals and change them to lawful. This group is called the Harmonium, one of the many factions found in Sigil. And just like in Sigil, they patrol this layer, keeping order and obedience to the law and guarding its gates. Many inhabitants are afraid, though, that Harmonium is going to end up shifting Buxinus too much into a lawful alignment, causing this layer to disappear into Mechanus, just like the once third layer of Arcadia, Nemesis. If you like adding the historical pantheons into your games, Buxinus also holds the realm of Heliopolis, where the Egyptian pantheon is found. The inhabitants on the plane of Arcadia consist of dwarves with an added celestial type, archons, Aasimar, divas, and petitioners that are called Einherjar. The Einherjar look like they did in life, but are more fit and strong. They police the plane, keeping the common good for all. Those caught are either asked to leave or killed depending on the crime. Peaceful animals roam the grassy plains and forests, but their fur carry the same metallic color shine as the bark does. Golden foxes, coppery hares, etc. And I'll tell you what, if I can get a pet fox, I want it to be a pet golden fox. The outer plane of Arcadia has one optional rule: planar vitality. While on this plane, creatures can't be frightened or poisoned, and they are immune to disease and poison. The outer plane of Arcadia is a great outer plane to visit, as it has plenty of food and no one is out to get you unless you cause trouble. Will players search for wisdom or common sense from St. Cuthbert? Will players visit the dwarves for gear or learn martial techniques? Or maybe it's time to bond with a golden fox. The seven heavens of Mount Celestia. Lawful good, representing righteousness, justice, order, grace, and mercy. Quote, "It is the land of splendor. It is where ultimate goodness is idealized. It is law and good, understanding, and mercy." Normal gravity. The outer plane of Mount Celestia is a singular mountain rising from a silver sea and reaching heights seemingly impossible. The mountain is made up of 7 layers, each with paths leading up to a portal that takes you to the next layer. The paths themselves are tests of a climber's virtue of truth and law. The layers of Mount Celestia count bottom to top instead of top to bottom, which means the first layer we're going to be looking at is Lunia. Lunia is also known as the Silver Heaven for its silver glow under a starry night sky. The base of the mountain rises out of fresh holy water of the Silver Sea. The shore is dotted with marble structures in ancient Greek architecture open to trade. As we climb higher, we find ourselves in the second layer, Mercuria, also known as the Golden Heaven for its golden light of permanent dawn. Here, many ornate tombs spread across the tame slopes and lush valleys, graves fit for noble dead. an annual day of memory is taken up in honor to them. Bahamut, the Platinum Dragon, ruler of good dragons, wisdom, knowledge, prophecies, and songs, resides in his palace that moves between the first 4 layers of Mount Celestia. Onwards we climb to Layer 3, Venya, also known as the Pearly Heaven for its snowy landscape. The land is made up of tended woodlands and terraced fields covered in snow. The Glass Tarn is a mountain lake that acts like a wishing well. Throw something of personal value and worth into it, and a prophecy bubbles up from its depths. Or an Archon surfaces to beat you up if the gift isn't sincere. The realm of the halfling deity Yandala is found here. Contrasted to the snowy landscape, Yandala's realm is a lush green with round hills and burrowed houses. It is very much like the Shire from The Lord of the Rings. Up we climb to the 4th layer, Solania, also known as the Crystal Heaven for its rich store of precious ores. The sky is silver with a glowing fog that covers the entire land. This layer is filled with monasteries, cathedrals, and other shrines for interplanar visitors to ask questions of creation, toil, and love. It is also the place of Arakanor, a dwarven mansion carved into the side of Mount Celestia. The dwarven greater deity Moradin resides here, firing up the soul forges to create the multiverse's most impeccable and divine gear. Climbing higher still, we reach the 5th layer, Mercian, also known as the Platinum Heaven. Here, sweeping plains filled with holy soldiers and grand citadels wait, ready for battle. The city of Imperia sits on the bank of a clear lake that has healing properties. Almost to the top of the mountain now, we reach Layer 6, Jovar, also known as the Glittering Heaven, known for its beautiful rubies and garnets. This layer is home to the 7-tiered heavenly city, Ystera, shaped like a ziggurat. The lowest terrace is the Exchequer of Souls, where Archons weigh whether or not lower Archons should be promoted to higher forms. The 4th terrace holds the Radiant Arsenal, where you'll find all sorts of weapons and armor. The 7th terrace is the Bridge of All Sahal, beam of blinding light that holds a portal to Cronius, the 7th layer of Mount Celestia. This is guarded by a Solar by the name of Zerona. Last but not least, the very top of the mountain itself, Cronius, known as the Illuminated Heaven, the top layer of Mount Celestia, the highest state of purity. Reaching this height is the goal of all inhabitants on Mount Celestia. But it is a complete mystery, because no one returns to describe it. The main inhabitants of Mount Celestia are angels, or Aasimars, Devas, Planetars, and Solars. Archons are the natural inhabitants of Mount Celestia, and petitioners here become Lantern Archons. There is a chance to be promoted to higher Archon forms as mentioned in the 1st terrace of the Heavenly City. The optional rule for Mount Celestia is Blessed Beneficence. Creatures with good alignment are blessed here, gaining the benefit of a bless spell as long as they remain on the plane. And, to add to that, a long rest grants a good creature the benefit of a lesser restoration spell. The outer plane of Mount Celestia is another safe area to travel to, and it provides a lot of places to visit. Do players want to ask for an audience with Bahamut? Want to make a wish at the Glass Tarn? Meet with Moradin to craft something exquisite, something legendary? Or perhaps ask the priests and monks of Solania if you will ever find true love. Twin Paradises of Bytopia. Neutral good, lawful good, representing satisfaction of a job well done and contentment. Quote, "It is the plane that faces itself. It is the home of the gnomes. It is 2 sides of the same coin." Objective gravity. The outer plane of Bytopia consists of 2 layers that face each other, roughly 1 mile apart. If I live on the first layer of Dothian, walk outside my house and look up, instead of seeing a sky, I would see the cities and towns of the second layer, Shuruk, above me. The reverse is true for those on Shuruk looking up. Even though Dothian is upside down, it feels right side up, because the objective direction of gravity is towards the ground. If 2 mountaintops were pretty much touching, one top from Dothian and one top from Shuruk, I could climb up the mountain on one side and then pass over to the other mountain, and I would feel the switch in gravity, so instead of continuing to climb, I would be descending normally down the mountain. In between the 2 layers is that mile-wide gap filled with empty air broken up by the mountains on both layers. There are no stars, moon, or sun. Instead, the plane is lit up by a radiant light source along the border between the 2 layers and act as a natural day-night cycle, similar to the one on the material plane. As the name suggests, Bytopia is made up of 2 layers. Dothian is considered the first layer, and is filled with gentle creatures and a tamed pastoral landscape. Farm after farm grow all sorts of crops. Dothian is also home to the realm of the gnome deity Garl Glittergold, called the Golden Hills. Rolling hills shine with a golden tint. Caverns beneath stone outcrops contain vortices to the elemental planes of earth and fire. The city of Yaumen rests on both sides of the river Splendor, making it a very wealthy town of trade. Here, rich and powerful guild masters called the Conclave of Masters scheme to become the ruler of this town. There is a high probability that you can find any non-magical item here, but it won't be easy finding a bargain. The second layer, Shuruk, is the opposite of Dothian, made up of untamed wilderness and small communities. The wildlife is savage, making small communities more like walled outposts to keep them at bay. In a metaphorical sense, it is said whatever someone does on one layer has the opposite reaction on the other, showing this stark difference between the two. And because of the drastic difference between these 2 layers, those on Dothian have blocked up the portals to Shuruk, not out of any enmity between the 2, but to keep the peaceful lives that they live. Both layers, however, have an overall feeling of goodwill, happiness, and satisfaction of hard work well done. One of my favorite spots of humor is found on this layer, the Ridiculous Tower. If it can even be called a tower, was unsuccessfully built by the Titan Epimetheus, who continuously decided to make the tower wider and taller without taking into account the weight of the building. It eventually toppled over at his feet as he stared at it, scratching his head. Any mind-affecting spells are enhanced in this area due to the influence of the Titan's foolishness. This is a reference to Greek mythology. Epimetheus was the Titan of afterthought, or hindsight, while his brother Prometheus was the Titan of forethought and foresight. And I'm just going to leave it on a cliffhanger there, because I don't have time to do all the different references to mythology legends, which are a ton, by the way. Some not as obvious as others. I really like this one. I thought it was funny. The last place of importance is that of an adamantine dragon, by the name of Murciala. Adamantine dragons are found throughout Bytopia, but their lairs are very, very hard to find. Most adamantine dragons instead live in castles built for them by the gnome petitioners, as they are allies to one another. Adamantine dragons are very territorial and will protect their homeland at any cost. Murciala is very active in chasing out leads against any evil incursions in the area, and she would make a great ally. Or a powerful enemy if you go to fight her. It should also be noted that Shuruk is filled with seams of gold and precious stones that can be mined if you can get past the animals. Inhabitants that live in Bytopia include petitioners who become gnomes due to Garl Glittergold's influence, and celestial versions of animals found on the material plane. The optional rule for Bytopia is pervasive goodwill. At the end of a long rest, a visitor that is neither lawful good nor neutral good must make a DC 10 wisdom saving throw. On a fail, the creature's alignment changes to lawful good or neutral good depending on which one is closer to the natural alignment of the creature. This is a permanent change unless the creature leaves within 1d4 days. Dispel evil and good will also restore the creature's alignment. The outer plane of Bytopia doesn't have much in the way of places to visit, other than meeting Garl Glittergold and the other minor deities whose realms can be found here. For any farmer or gnome, however, this is the place they are most likely wishing to end up. The Blessed Fields of Elysium. Neutral good, representing joy, beauty, and tranquility. Quote, "Let your troubles wash away in the river's flow, and may you be at peace." A petitioner's greeting to Elysium. Normal gravity. The Blessed Fields of Elysium. This outer plane is a laid-back countryside with scenic views teeming with wildlife. The river Oceanus makes its start here, flowing down the different layers and through the other upper planes. The river Oceanus is a sweet and nutrient-rich river that poses no danger outside that of an ordinary river: fast-flowing rapids, waterfalls, shadows, etc. Elysium is made up of 4 different layers, the first of which is Arborea. The bulk of the population living in Arborea live in small towns that enjoy the lush meadows on the banks of the river Oceanus. It is one of the most hospitable layers in the outer planes as a whole. Transportation is quite nice on this layer, as you can take a boat ride on the peaceful river Oceanus to wherever you wish to go. That relaxation of travel, though, might be cut short, because the inhabitants of this area like to besiege travelers with tasks and favors that, if done, provide powerful allies, but it could be quite the inconvenience. Since Elysium is the strongest good-aligned outer plane, it maintains a powerful force to lead strikes against the evil lower planes. The native race is called Cardinals, half animal, half human, and the most powerful Cardinals are as powerful as the Archdukes of the Nine Hells, or the Demon Princes of the Abyss. Prince Talisid is the wisest and most powerful of the Leonals, and he has 5 lieutenants called the 5 Companions. Number 1, Lupine, Duke Lucan. Number 2, Bear-like Duchess Callisto. Number 3, Winged Duke Winair. Number 4, Equine Lord Wyn. And number 5, Antlered Lord Rannoch. Probably the most important location on this layer is the City of the Star. It is both a city and a realm of the deity Ishtar, goddess of war, love, and passion. Heavily inspired by Mesopotamian civilizations, the city is fashioned in an architectural style of Babylon, howbeit built with white marble instead of mud brick. Complete with the Babylonian hanging gardens, this city is a sight to behold and enjoy. The second layer of Elysium is Aronia. Aronia is filled with steep hills, craggy mountains, and white granite valleys. This layer is good for those who want a bit of a challenge from the first layer, and that even includes the weather. The weather is perfect on the layer of Arborea, but here it is very hot or very cold. Storms are always rolling through. There's heavy snowfall. There's lightning. All sorts of different challenges make this layer much harder to live in. In a place called the Precipice, players will find the nests of Aarakocra and giant eagles. Gargoyles have infiltrated their nests and have been killing their young for fun, as gargoyles do. Both the Aarakocra and giant eagles would greatly appreciate any help from players who can stop them. The third layer, called Belirin. The river Oceanus flows slowly through this layer, creating vast swamps. Villages are built on top of rocky outcroppings rising above the water. Each village has a cathedral-structured lighthouse that shines through the fog that helps anyone who is traveling by boat to make it through. The most interesting feature of this layer is that there are rumors and legends that say this layer houses a powerful creature like the Tarrasque, hidden somewhere in the fog. Lastly, the fourth layer, Thalasia. Thalasia is made up of a chain of islands called the Heroic Isles, or Isles of the Blessed, rising from the headwaters of Oceanus before it flows into Arborea. Here, the most noble, brave, and righteous departed souls reside. Some are even those on the cusp of death that found a way, or were taken to, this layer to preserve their life. They retain their memories and some of their power. A hidden realm of Selkies called the Selkies Grotto lies somewhere below the surface. Selkies normally stay away from what they call overworlders, but will shapeshift into humans to buy supplies. The inhabitants that call Elysium their home include many different celestials, but the most common are the human-animal hybrid Gardenals. Phoenixes, celestial animals that are similar to the Ethereal Plane, but have golden skin, silvery eyes, glow with power, etc. Petitioners appear as they did in life, but have nobler and calmer demeanors. They even retain some of the memories of their past lives. There is one optional rule for Elysium: overwhelming joy. Overwhelming feelings of contentment and happiness can make a creature stuck on this plane. After a long rest, a creature must make a DC 10 Wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the creature stays on the plane until another long rest and saving throw. After 3 fails, the creature is unwilling to leave and will try to come back if forced to leave. A Dispel Evil and Good spell removes this effect. The outer plane of Elysium is the most hospitable outer plane for players to visit and conduct trade. Players can join in the fight against evil, search for answers about the identity of the creature hidden in the third layer, Belirin, or dive into the waters of Thalasia to meet the Selkie. Of the Beastlands, formerly called the Happy Hunting Grounds in the older editions. Neutral good, chaotic good, representing nature unbound and wild beauty. Quote, "The beast within finds expression without here on the Beastlands. The wilder Lysander." Normal gravity. The outer planes of the Beastlands are filled with the most scenic natural landscapes anyone can imagine from any season. There is an ideal environment for all possible biological ecosystems. Jungles, deserts, snowy landscapes, etc. The cosmic Yggdrasil tree is connected through all layers in this plane, making it not only easy to travel the layers, but also to travel between the planes in general. The Beastland is made up of 3 layers, the first of which is Krugala. The river Oceanus flows strongly through a wilderness of eternal afternoon summer, splitting this layer into 2. Rain falls in gentle storms, only occasionally breaking into fiercer thunderstorms. The realm of Elona, deity of forests and woodlands, can be found here. The realm is called the Grove of the Unicorn, found deep in the forest where giant sequoias grow for a natural cathedral. Unicorns flock to Elona's realm, and petitioners that follow her become unicorns upon arrival. So if you ever wanted to become a unicorn, here's your chance. Another exciting location is that of the Forbidden Plateau, a plateau found on top of a massive stone pillar rising from the ground. Isolated, this plateau is filled with everyone's favorite, dinosaurs. Everyone's dream dinosaur adventure can begin in the Beastlands. The second layer, Brux. A red sun hovers forever on the horizon, making Brux the land of eternal twilight. Mists hover above the ground and streams as they snake their way through the landscape. The realm known as the Cat Lord's Prowl is found here. The quasi-power and her pride of cats roam the land. Were-tigers, were-jaguars, cats, leopards, cheetahs, you name it. Any feline species will be found in this cat lover's paradise. The third layer, Karasuthra. A pale moon lights up the wilderness, making Karasuthra a land of eternal night. Here only the brave wander, as nocturnal creatures lurk behind every tree. Here is an interesting one, the Labyrinth of Fiery Doom. If you happen to currently be running an adventure here, beware, spoiler alert. It is said that an ancient red dragon and his demon lover are found in the middle of this labyrinth of cave tunnels, acrid steam vents, and boiling rivers. Any warriors brave enough can find heaps of treasure guarded by these two. In reality, and hidden from players until the end of the labyrinth is reached, is that the dragon is a shape-shifted Asamon, and the demon an appearance-shifted Erinyes. A forbidden love like Romeo and Juliet. Do you let both the devils and angels know of this love affair, or keep it mum? As you might imagine, there are many beasts that inhabit this plane, but these aren't your normal beasts. These beasts are celestial and magical, having their intelligence score raised by 3 and can speak celestial. Powerful beasts and primal spirits are called animal lords. Petitioners arrive based upon their philosophical alignment instead of a particular deity they worship, since there are very few deities found here. They take on animal characteristics. Sages are also known to become celestial wild things upon death. Other inhabitants include the Eladrin elves, also found in the Feywild, Planetar, Solars, Lilins, and an interesting aerial race called the Mortai, which are clouds with faces. There are 2 optional rules in the Beastlands. Number 1, Hunter's Paradise. Hunting and stalking skills are improved and have advantages on animal handling, perception, and survival checks. And this second one is very, very interesting. Beast Transformation. Whenever a visitor slays a beast native to the plane, a DC 10 Charisma saving throw must be rolled, or the visitor becomes polymorphed into the creature slain until a successful saving throw after a long rest is thrown. 3 fails and the polymorph is permanent unless a remove curse or equivalent spell is cast. Visitors retain their intelligence while polymorphed though. The outer plane of the Beastlands is a great place for adventures that throws all sorts of wild and powerful animals in front of players to either fight or converse. They won't be alone either. Wizards come here looking for long-lost spells, and hunters look to capture or kill the rarest creatures to sell or wear as trophies. The Olympian Glades of Arborea, formerly called Olympus in the older editions. Chaotic good representing passionate but reckless emotions. Quote, "It is a plane of passion and peace. It is abundant in nature in its patchwork glory. It is the domain of the elven lords." Normal gravity. The Olympian Glades of Arborea was originally Mount Olympus, where the Greek and Elven pantheons were found. The base of Mount Olympus was connected to Hades on the lower plane, and an island off Faerun in the material plane. In 5e, Arborea became prominently dominated by elves, but there are still some bits taken from the 1e manual. Arborea is a plane of massive deciduous forests and open glades of wildflowers. Arborea is made up of 3 layers. The first layer is called Arvindor. This layer is filled with vast woodlands inhabited by elves and cities built in the architectural style of ancient Greece, filled with heroes, monsters, gods, and goddesses alike. A golden sun shines down through the leaves during the day, and a full white moon casts a silvery light during the night, in a cycle matching that of the material plane. To the elves, one of the most important places in this layer is the Grand Father Oak, the oldest and largest tree in Arborea. The elves live in the massive branches of the tree and ask guidance from an ancient treant named Moss among his roots, Wind in his leaves, though his response to even a yes or no question can take a day to answer. The second layer is called Aqualore, an eternal ocean fed by the river Oceanus, teeming with marine life and mighty storms that make it impossible to live on the surface. This layer is home to the realm of Deep Seychelles, the deity of the sea elf. His realm is constructed from coral, gold, and marble streaked with veins of blue and green. The water is crystal blue and protects visitors from the high water pressure. The third layer is called Mithardir, meaning white dust in Elven. Mithardir is a desert of white sand and is completely abandoned. It used to be home of giants and other Titan-like deities, but they all got destroyed or moved on. Because of this history, however, many treasure hunters come to this plane looking for rare artifacts or hidden knowledge. Arborea is home to many elves and elven deities that have the celestial type and wild passions, especially fire or summer eladrin. Beasts are either passive celestials or aggressive anarchic. Petitioners are mainly spirits of dead elves that serve in the elven realm as scouts and wardens, or they turn into creatures, or infuse directly into the land. Other petitioners become satyrs who worship Bacchus and the spirit of revelry. Their partying is very intoxicating. I love this quote, "If they let you do it, it isn't worth doing." An anonymous backing. There is one optional rule for Arborea called Intense Yearning. Visitors must make a charisma saving throw against a DC of 5 plus the amount of days spent on the plane. On a failed save, they become attached to the plane in a similar way to Elysium. They have a disadvantage on ability checks until a successful saving throw after a long rest. The outer plane of Arborea is similar in some ways to the Feywild, and also different enough that it is worthy of its own adventure. Players can travel to the first layer to gain an audience with the elves and maybe search for the lost pool called Evergold. It is said anyone who bathes in it gains a charisma score bonus of 1d4 plus 1 for a month and a day. Maybe players wish to not seek an audience with the land-walking elves, but those in the ocean. There is a vortex connecting it to the elemental plane of water. 2 for 1. Just be careful of the repercussions of visiting this plane. They might be stuck partying like it's 1999. Heroic Domains of Ysgard, formerly called Glodheim. Chaotic neutral, chaotic good, representing rugged and heroic. Quote, "It is a place of heroes and glories. It is where wars rage and valor is proved. It is the battleground of eternity." Normal gravity. The outer plane of Ysgard is heavily inspired by Norse mythology, hence the former name of Glodheim. The Golden Hall of the Gods, and then the names of all the layers. The 5.5e Dungeon Master's Guide says that Ysgard is the realm of soaring mountains, deep fords, and wind-swept battlefields, with summers that are long and hot, and winters that are cold and unforgiving. And continents float through the air, and heroes and mighty creatures battle it out for the thrill of the challenge again and again. Ysgard is made up of 3 layers. The first layer is Ysgard, which the plane is named after. It is made up of those floating continents that I mentioned, which are called Earthbergs. There are 4 important places on Ysgard. Number 1, Kord's realm. Kord the Brawler from Greyhawk lives in this Hall of the Valiant, a long hall carved out of a single ash tree. He hosts heroes in a never-ending feast and games. Number 2, the Plane of Ida. This is the most populated area on Ysgard, that once again boasts great festivals and showcases of strength. Number 3, Alfheim, populated by immortal and mortal elves. Festivities mixed with beautiful landscapes and wildlife. Number 4, Den of Aladamara, Holodamara, known as the Laughing Rogue, is the god of rogues, music, wine, and humor. He owns a mansion of different architectural styles that he uses to host festivities and pranks. The second layer of Ysgard is Muspelheim. This layer is made up of flowing lava and volcanoes. Surtur, god of the fire giants, lives here with the others of his race. Layer number 3, Nithavalir. This layer is made up of underground tunnels and caverns, home to the dwarves and gnomes. Quartz is found in abundance here, as well as furnaces for smithing. Ysgard has heroes and creatures from all across the multiverse, including giants, dragons, drow, humans, gnomes, dwarfs, and elves. Planescape placed the Norse pantheon here and the Bifrost Bridge connecting to the Material Plane. Ysgard has one optional rule: eternal warfare. Anyone who dies other than constructs or undead on the plane of Ysgard is restored to life at dawn the next day with full health and any afflictions healed. Ysgard is a great realm for players to have epic battles against high-level creatures without the fear of losing, so they can go all out and test their limits. As a dungeon master, it's a great place to try all those monsters you have been dying to pilot. Will players prevail against their toughest challenges? Ever-changing chaos of Limbo. Chaotic neutral, representing the pure chaos of matter and energy. Quote, breathe the fire, walk the air, drink the earth, warm your hands at the water. A petitioner's greeting to Limbo. End quote. Subjective gravity. The outer plane of Limbo is a wild place. An example given in the book is that stone melts to water, freezes into metal, then turns into diamond, burns up into smoke, and becomes snow. These elements float around in empty space in an uncontrolled manner until a being of high intelligence exerts its control over an area. There are 3 types of controlled areas. Number 1, raw limbo. Natural and dangerous uncontrolled areas. Number 2, controlled limbo. Exert some semblance of control by thought until concentration is broken. And number 3, stabilized limbo. A powerful being has stabilized the area to become habitable. Limbo has no layers like the other outer planes. Instead, these different controlled areas replace that. Normally, it takes concentration to be able to control an area of limbo, but the Slotty, the natural inhabitants of this plane, are able to subconsciously stabilize the limbo. They are usually found in nomadic groups of 2 to 10. Towards the center of the plane, the spawning stone is kept under guard by a death slod, called the Guardian of the Stone. This stone is incredibly important in the reproduction process of the slod. Once a year, they travel to this stone to mate. Another inhabitant to the plane is the Githzeri, distant cousins to the Githyanki in the Astral Plane. Both the Githyanki and the Githzeri, known as the Gith at the time, were enslaved by mind flayers. After fighting and obtaining their freedom, philosophical differences caused them to split. The Gith that become the Githyanki go to the Astral Plane, while the Gith that become the Githzeri go to Limbo. Githzeri dwell in monasteries or cities found throughout Limbo. Each city has a general ruler that is both a wizard and fighter, which is pretty awesome. But it gets even better. The monks of the monastery of Zerth-Aru teach a special type of martial art called Zerthi that allows practitioners to see briefly into the future, making them incredibly formidable fighters, as they can read an opponent's moves before they're even performed. And the master here welcomes outsiders, which means he will teach this fantastic martial art style to you. There is one optional rule here called Power of the Mind, and there's 3 things to it. Number 1, intelligence check can be made to move an object with the mind that is within 30 feet of the visitor. Depending on the size of the object, the DC gets harder. Number 2, a creature can also use an action to alter a non-magical object that isn't being carried or worn by another non-living form of the exact same size. So an example, boulder to a fireball. Number 3, a creature can use an action to make an intelligence check to stabilize a spherical area centered on itself, preventing it from being altered for 24 hours. Limbo is a great outer plane for any monk player to learn the martial techniques provided by the Githzeri. It is rumored that they are also good friends with the Red Dragons. The Sladi are a fun race to roleplay, with Zanzos being one of my absolute favorites. He travels the universe trying to eat everything, and is more than happy to share his favorite recommendations. Windswept Depths of Pandemonium. Chaotic neutral, chaotic evil, representing madness. Objective gravity. The outer plane of Pandemonium is a mass of rock with tunnels carved out by howling winds that wail in a horrible cacophony. The sound is absolutely maddening, and most inhabitants on this plane have been banished here for one reason or another. Pandemonium consists of 4 layers. Number 1, Pandesmos. It holds the largest caverns, big enough to hold entire nations. The headwaters of the river Styx and its splintering tributaries flow in midair through the center of these caverns. There are 2 notable places on this layer. Madhouse. This city is a collection of haphazard buildings divided by circular stone walls. Everyone living in this city is either insane or deaf. The Bleak Cabal, one of the philosophical factions from Sigil, runs this city. Number 2, Winter's Hall. Buffeted by blizzards, this cold region boasts frost giants, dire wolves, and other creatures serving an entity known as the Trickster. The second layer is called Cositis, known as the Layer of Lamentation. These smaller tunnels carved by the wind create a harsher wailing and lamentation sound. There are 2 places of note on this layer. Number 1, Howler's Crag, a jagged platform of rock that juts up from the center of this layer. The top is a flat 8-foot platform with an eerie blue glow around it. Lower sections of this crag have small burrows carved out with strange cave writings. It is said that yelling a message off this platform is carried by the wind to the intended receiver. This is most likely a rumor that demons have whispered because they wait in ambush. The second important place to note is Harmonica. This has the most horrifying noise produced by the wind. It is said, however, that the secret of true planeswalking, meaning no use of portals, spells, etc., is found here. Layer number 3, Phlegathon. If the howling winds don't drive you insane, this layer also adds the noise of dripping water. On the plus side, it has normal gravity. The city of the Banished is found here, called Windglum. It's large enough to span multiple caverns. The Citadel of Lords is the governing building, and an inn called the Scaly Dog is a place for information and under-the-table trades. The Citadel of Slaughter, the home of the intermediate deity, Erythnol, Lord of Envy, Malice, Panic, Ugliness, and Slaughter. It is an old ruin where the wind whipping through it sounds like a battlefield. The Citadel is filled with all those who serve him and love battle. And layer number 4, Agathon. This layer is solid rock with pockets of air containing strong windstorms. It is a known layer to the older deities who use this layer to hide precious artifacts. Pandemonium consists of many different races and creatures, including the Banished, Snow Giants, Howlers, Vilches, Quasits, and Shadow Demons. Petitioners here are unaffected by the sound of the wind, but are utterly insane anyways. They appear as they did in their lifetime, albeit malnourished. Pandemonium has one optional rule called Mad Winds. A DC 10 Wisdom saving throw is required for each hour among the howling winds. On a fail, the creature gains 1 level of exhaustion up to 6 levels. Instead of death, it gets a random indefinite madness until it escapes the winds. The outer plane of Pandemonium requires players to find clever ways of deafening the sound of the wind. Information can be gathered here, but as to the reliability of that information, is the Howler's Crag the real deal, or a ploy by the demons? So many mysteries in so much chaos. The infinite layers of the abyss. Chaotic evil representing perverseness and chaos. Quote, the infinite wonders of the abyss. If there's anything you don't like, you'll find it here. Normal gravity. The abyss is an incredibly important outer plane, just like the Nine Hells, because it is home to the demons, or the Tanari. There are an infinite amount of layers spiraling down as far as the eye can see, but chroniclers stopped counting after layer 666. The overarching theme of this plane is that everything is decaying, ruined, or corroded. Aside from that, each one is tailored in a way that portrays the ruling demon, who is called the Demon Lord. Fasten your seatbelts, we're going to cover all 666 of them. Just kidding. There are some really important layers here, however, that even the 5e Dungeon Master's Guide, which normally doesn't mention layers, mentions them here. First up, we have the top layer called the Plane of Infinite Portals. It is a barren, dusty layer with huge pits, iron strongholds, and the river Styx flowing through and down it. Strongholds were built here to defend strategic locations in the Blood War. A town called Broken Reach, ruled by Red Shroud, a succubus sorcerer, is a place for Blood War mercenaries, travelers, and merchants. It is also connected to an important portal town called Plaguemort. On layer number 6, we find the Realm of a Million Eyes. The beholder deity, the Great Mother, resides here. It is a network of twisting tunnels which have the Great Mother's eye stalks peeking through randomly so that you're always being watched. It's kind of creepy. Here's a pretty big one, the Triple Realm of Ysgard, which is layers 45 through 47. This is ruled by the Dark Prince himself, Grazit. His Argent Palace is located in the city of Zelatar, which is bustling with markets and pleasure palaces, drawing visitors from across the multiverse. Despite the chaotic evil alignment, Grazit rules with civility. Layer 66, the Demon Web, ruled by Lolth. It's a sprawling cavern system made solely of spiderweb that is also connected by portals to the Material Plane and various Demi-planes. Another name for the realm is the Demon Web Pits. Layer number 88, the Gaping Maw, ruled by the Demon Lord Demogorgon. This layer reflects his dual nature, having a primeval jungle surrounded by an ocean and brine flats. Demogorgon watches over the realm from his 2 skull-top towers rising up from the ocean floor. Layer 113, Thanatos, ruled by the ever-hating Orcus, Lord of the Undead. It is a cold, dark, and miserable place, lit only by the moonlight. Orcus rules from a massive palace called Everlost, or the City of the Dead, a multi-tiered necropolis carved from obsidian and bone. It is surrounded by graveyards, burial mounds, mausoleums, etc., dug into the slopes of narrow valleys. Layer 422, the Death Dells, ruled by the Knoll Lord Ynogu. This layer is a series of ravines called the Death Dells that are filled with all sorts of creatures competing for survival. It is hunt or be hunted. Even the plants are in on this deadly game. Knoll Lord Ynogu himself thoroughly enjoys the thrill of hunting creatures and races from the material plane, brought here and released into the Dells. Last of the layers we will mention is Layer 600, the Endless Maze, ruled by Baphomet. The Ziggurat Palace, surrounded by a mile-wide moat and a maddening amount of stairs and passageways, sits in the center of this layer. It is a realm of endless dungeons. As mentioned, the Abyss is home to all the many different demons, including the Oberth, Lumara, Retrievers, Blood Fiends, Abyssal Worms, etc., and, of course, the powerful Demon Lords. The Abyss has one optional rule that has two parts to it. The optional rule is called Abyssal Corruption. Number 1, after a long rest, a non-evil aligned visitor must make a DC 10 Charisma saving throw, or become corrupted. Refer to the Abyssal Corruption table found in 5e Dungeon Master's Guide to determine the effects. And number 2 that plays off of that, once corrupted, after another long rest, a DC 15 Charisma saving throw can be made to end the effect. If the corrupted visitor does not leave the plane within 1d4 plus 2 days, its alignment changes to Chaotic Evil. Casting Dispel Evil and Good, or a similar spell, can remove the corruption and the changed alignment. The Abyss provides a whole slew of different adventures, all revolving around demons. Will players have a part in the Blood War? Is there a certain layer that is perfect for your campaign? Many options are available here in this dangerous and demonic plane. Tartarian Depths of Carceri, also known as the Red Prison. Neutral evil, chaotic evil, representing desolation, despair, and treachery. Quote, "This ain't a prison, my friend. It's the prison." Planewalker Alana Haladrin. Normal gravity within each orb, but no gravity in the air between them. That'll make more sense as we go along. The outer plane of Carceri is a little confusing to figure out its structure, so let me explain. From the outset, it resembles a string of pearls that are larger at the top and smaller as they spiral down. Well, they look that way at least to any onlooker. All of them have a red glowing tinge to them. What makes Carceri different from the other planes is that all 6 layers are found within each pearl, going from the outside inwards instead of a stack of layers going from top to bottom, as we have been seeing for the most part up to this point. What do I mean by this? Instead of the top pearl being the first layer, the second pearl being the second layer, and so on, each individual pearl is made up of the same 6 layers in the same order. Othris, the first layer, is the outermost layer of the sphere. Moving towards the center of the pearl, we hit the second layer, Cathris. Then Menethus, Colothus, Porphatus, and Agathis in the very center. These layers aren't flat, however. Each one is in the shape of an orb. So you can think of the top layer, Othris, as a large orb, and the next layer is a smaller orb, and then inside that is a smaller orb, inside that is a smaller orb, so on, just like a Russian nesting doll. This is shown by the cross sections of each pearl in the Carceri map. Simplified, it would look something like this. If each one of these layers are inside one another, does that mean I feel like I'm in a giant dome if I'm not on the top layer? If you were to stand on, let's say, the second layer, Cathis, and look up, you don't see the bottom of the first layer. It's as if that layer is invisible. Now here is where it gets even more interesting. What happens if I travel to the next pearl down the string? Well, as mentioned earlier, each pearl is set up the same way. Othris to Agathis in the middle. And since all other layers are invisible, except for the one that I am currently on, something strange happens. Whatever layer you depart on one pearl will be the same layer you arrive on in the next pearl. In fact, if I were to look out across the string of pearls, I would only see the same layer I am currently on. If I'm standing on the outermost layer of Orthus and looking at the next pearl, I would see it in all its glory, large and up close. However, if I stand on the next layer, Cathris, and look out, the pearl would look smaller and further away. Why? What happened? Since all the other layers besides the one I'm standing on are invisible, we're essentially cutting off the layers above it. It is rather confusing to try and figure out, but I realize that's the point. It's ingenious in its confusion. If I wanted to get to the Bastion of Last Hope on Orthris, I can't just say, oh, just go to the layer Orthris and you will find the Bastion of Last Hope. Why? Because every pearl has that layer. I need to know also which pearl I'm talking about. And each same layer on each pearl look remarkably similar, making travel much more confusing and makes it almost impossible to escape. Of course, you don't have to play it like this. You can play it however you wish. I always like these little nuances though, because it makes the outer planes seem different, seem alien-like, seem strange. Alright, moving on to the layers themselves. Number 1 is Orthris. This first layer is filled with vast bogs and quicksand, all the result of the river Styx eroding away the land. There are 2 places of note for this layer. Number 1, Bastion of Last Hope. Made of black igneous rock, it is the place to get forgeries made as it's owned by no one. And the second place of importance is Mount Orthris. The peaks of this mountain range span 2 layers and hold a titanic palace made of white marble. The race of titans banished from the material plane live here. The Titan Lord Kronos can be sought out for wisdom that has long since been forgotten. Moving on to the second layer, Cathris. This layer is a rancid jungle full of decay and rot. Scarlet plains of sharp-bladed vegetation fill the landscape. While the pungent smell of the layer is enough to make anyone faint, it is ideal for mixing poisons. The Apothecary of Sin is found here, hidden amongst the trees. Its owner is a demon called Sinmaker. He brews poisons, acids, and venoms that assassins would drool over. The third layer is called Mynithes. This is an interesting layer. It is a windswept desert that bombards you with sand, hard enough to sting. The inhabitants here live in dugout pits, and what makes this layer so intriguing to me is the sand tombs of Pyrotheon, an ancient city that is buried in the sand, but revealed at different time periods when the sand shifts. All the old inhabitants that lived here are petrified and eroded. It's an idea ripe for a really, really cool adventure. Layer number 4, Colothus. One important location here is the Garden of Malice, which resembles the Hanging Gardens of Babylon again, but all the lush scenery is also extremely dangerous. Layer number 5, Porphatus. Mostly filled with the frigid waters of a shallow ocean, small sandbar islands are crammed with prisoners. The only way off the islands is by a ship that sails the ocean called the Ship of 100, or the White Caravel, based on its ghost white color and ship type. Those that are picked up and board the ship, however, find that there is no crew, other than 100 sarcophagi nestled in the lower deck of the ship. With nothing left to lose and a nagging curiosity, some of the newly acquired passengers inevitably push aside the lids of the sarcophagi, only to release a random calamity that kills all on the ship, perfectly empty for the next batch of oblivious travelers. Lastly, layer number 6, Agathis. The innermost of the layers, and it is also the coldest. Black ice streaked with red covers the ground. The atmosphere is so cold that it deals cold damage to any visitor not properly prepared for it. A black citadel carved out of the ice is the home to the greater deity Nerul, the Reaper, foe of all good, deity of death. He is the only one who chose to be here, living in his citadel called the Necromantion. Unspeakable experiments and black rituals are practiced within these walls. The place is crawling with undead of every type and power, and hundreds of evenly spaced onyx altars cover the floor. The inhabitants that make up Carceri are a mix of all creatures and races across the multiverse, sent here to carry out an endless sentence. Demodans, or Garrellus, as they are nicknamed, were exiled here since the primal beginning and are considered the native inhabitants of the plane. They dubbed themselves the Wardens for all the prisoners found here, having free reign to rule in their own twisted way that even the demons find disturbing. Petitioners are souls that betrayed trust, were self-absorbed, greedy, etc. They are distributed to each different layer of Carceri depending on their crime. How exactly that is determined, I think, is part of the appeal of this plane. For example, maybe the worst criminals in the multiverse are found in the innermost layer Agathis, frozen in place. Though there are a few examples given in the Planescape Planes of Conflict box set. Demons, devils, and Yugolos sometimes travel through here on errands for the Blood War, but they use their own means of travel as every permanent gate of Carceri is only one way, with an exception of one exit gate every other 5 pearls. It is very easy to get into Carceri. It is nigh impossible to leave. There is one optional rule for Carceri, called the Prison Plane. No one can leave Carceri easily. Magical efforts to leave the plane by any spell other than a wish simply fail. Portals and gates that open onto the plane become one way only. Secret ways out of the plane exist, but they are hidden and well guarded by traps and deadly monsters. The outer plane of Carceri is the place to go for black market acquisitions, talking to world criminals, or classic dungeon crawling. Be careful traveling this plane. Prisoners don't take kindly to those who are free. The Grey Wastes of Hades. Neutral evil, joyless, hopeless, passionless. Quote, I don't know, I don't care, and I don't care if you don't like it. Varth the Grim, 6-week resident of the Waste. Normal gravity. The outer plane of Hades is a gray wasteland that sucks not only all color, but also all emotions and motivations, just like the Shadowfell. Due to this trait, the layers of Hades are called glooms. There is no sun, moon, stars, or even seasons, just an uncaring malevolence. There are 3 layers or glooms that make up Hades. The top layer is called Oinos. This layer is ruled by Anthraxis the Decayed. Its land is riddled with diseases, stunted trees, and war. Since Hades is neutral evil, it is a neutral battleground for devils and demons to wage war in the ongoing Blood War. War-torn battlefields either lay empty with the dead, or filled with the battle cries of combat. The most important place on this layer is the Kin Oin, the Wasting Tower. This tower stretches 20 miles high and resembles a spinal cord, which many believe was the spinal cord of a now deceased god. This tower has always been owned by the Yugolos, possibly even the birthplace of the Yugoloth race. The current ruler is an Ultraloth prince named Midian Clarus. Anyone who rules the tower also goes by the name Oinoloth. The tower contains endless rooms and training facilities, as well as a major artifact called the Siege Malicious, a gigantic throne made of silver, copper, and brass. Only the Oinoloth can sit on this throne without dying. The power of this artifact is that the Ornaloth can control all diseases on this layer, which, in the hands of a demon or a devil, could drastically change the outcome of the Blood War. In order to claim control, however, you have to kill the current Ornaloth. The second layer is Niflheim. The second layer is free from the diseases that plague the first layer. Instead, a thick fog rolls across the landscape, hiding predators from view. Because vision is hindered due to the fog, this layer is not prone to battles like Oinos. One important place on this layer is the town called Death of Innocence. It is built from the pines of the surrounding forest, which seems to protect the town from the pervading gloom that affects the rest of the plane. It should be mentioned here that the roots of the Yggdrasil tree are connected to this layer. The third layer is Pluton. Dying willows, shriveled olive trees, night black poplars, this layer contains the underworld, hemmed in by walls of gray marble that stretches for hundreds of miles. A single double gate of beaten bronze is the only way in or out, and it is guarded by a ferocious, three-headed dog. It is a place of final death. All memories are wiped, and the inhabitants slowly fade into the surrounding gloom, gone forever. Like the roots of the Yggdrasil tree, reaching down to the second layer, the base of Mount Olympus reaches down to Pluton. The top of Mount Olympus is found in Arborea. Among the battling forces of devils and demons, Hades is home to fiery nightmares, night hags, divas, wraiths, slotty, Formians, and an occasional diva keeping an eye on the war. Hades is the native home of the Yggdrasil, but most have moved to Gehenna as it's more accommodating. Hades' petitioners are weak and color-leached ghosts that huddle around visitors for warmth and emotion. Selfish and malicious mortals become larvae used as currency, food, or an ingredient for a spell. There is a chance for cunning larvae to ascend up the ladder, changing its form into another fiend. Demon Lord Orcus is an example of someone who started out as a larva. Hades has one optional rule: vile transformation. At the end of each long rest taken on the plane, a visitor must make a DC 10 Wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the creature gains 1 level of exhaustion, which can't be removed while the creature remains in Hades. If the creature reaches 6 levels of exhaustion, it doesn't die. Instead, the creature permanently transforms into a larva, whereupon all levels of exhaustion afflicting the creature are removed. The outer plane of Hades is a place for players to scout out the happenings of the Blood War. The small town on the second layer could be a safe base of operations to conduct important excursions into the rest of Hades. The Wasting Tower would be an excellent place for a high-level adventure, opening up to larger-scale plans to see what the Yggdrasil are really up to. Bleak Eternity of Gehenna. Neutral evil, lawful evil, representing suspicion and greed. Quote, "Life is an exercise in will. Now hold still while I exercise mine." Monterus Cherif, a student of Gehenna's lessons. Normal gravity. Visitors will find no mercy or compassion on the outer plane of Gehenna. This plane is made up of 4 volcanic mountains floating in an endless void. These volcanoes span hundreds of thousands of miles, in all directions. Each of the 4 volcanoes make up the 4 different layers, called mounts. The lava gives the atmosphere a reddish glow, much like that of Carceri against the black sky. All buildings are built at 45 degrees into the side of the volcanoes, making it easy to lose your footing if you're not careful. Mount number 1, Kalos. The first layer and most habitable, thanks to the river Styx running through it. Located along the banks of the river, a nautilus-shaped pagoda by the name of the Teardrop Palace sits between 2 shrines and is encircled by an iron fence stretching for miles. A bustling black market bazaar thrives within the pagoda. Any stolen goods or contraband can be sold here without the bat of an eye. Much like the city of Brass in the Inner Planes, the Teardrop Pagoda is the place to go to find whatever you are looking for, if you don't mind the exorbitant prices and most likely unethical means the goods were supplied. The second layer, Traumata, the most active volcano of the four. The air is thick with smoke and ash that can cause blindness and trouble breathing. Yugoloths fly through the air on zeppelins to get from place to place. There are two important locations on this layer. The first is the Tower Arcane. This tower is heavily guarded, surrounded by blades, spikes, wards, and enchantments. Why? It is a library containing the Yugoloth's greatest secrets. Flayed petitioners dangle from the walls, their blood used as ink by the Yugoloths for all sorts of nefarious rituals, contracts, and bookkeeping. The second location is the city of Nemikri, that looks like a small moon floating above the volcano. The city is meticulously clean and maintained. The citizens are just so polite, it's a joy to visit this city. If this doesn't send up any red flags, it should. The plane is one of suspicion and greed after all. This city is actually a living creature, buildings and inhabitants all. Any drop of blood that splashes against its skin allows it to create a clone copy of any visitor. As to where the real visitors have gone? The third layer or mount is called Moongoth. This layer rains down ash and acidic snow that causes permanent scars. The town of Portent lies untaken, which is odd, as the throne sits in the middle of the great hall found in the center of the town, unguarded and collecting dust. An elderly woman sits in the corner, two snakes in the place where her eyes should be. Her human mouth speaks of the vast universe. The snake in her right eye socket speaks her mind, and the snake in her left eye socket cuts through any deception. Anyone is welcome to sit on the throne, but when the time comes to draw weapons, the fight is of the mind. In fact, there has never been a single physical fight between individuals or parties as long as the town has been around. Anyone who fights in this town is actually fighting, and perhaps killing, themselves in an imaginary battle. Players must make a wisdom check at -4 or continue to hurt themselves in a battle only the player sees. The fourth mount is Krongoth, also named the Dead Furnace, as this volcano is dormant. Not even the wind stirs here. Lich Lord Melif lives in a stronghold here called Hopelorn. Melif despises anything living, especially petitioners, which he considers losers for wasting their lives to end up here. Necrotic energies swirl the streets of this mortuary city, and sarcophagi act like street lamps, giving off an eerie glow. Melif and a cabal of liches welcome any undead here and research ways to increase their necromantic powers. Yugoloths call Gehenna their home and are found everywhere in this plane. Petitioners here are those that were greedy and selfish in life, caring only for their own comforts. They have free reign in Gehenna, traveling the layers for something to bring them power. Little do they know, they will never find it. Other inhabitants include liches, archdevils, barghest, and pyroclastic dragons, which look awesome. There is one optional rule here: Cruel Hindrance. Any spell that has helpful or healing benefits must first make a DC 10 Charisma saving throw or fail. Action and spell slot wasted. Brutal. The outer plane of Gehenna is another realm to interact with the Yugoloths, without the gloom of Hades. Unlock the secrets behind their race, or die horribly trying. Any item or equipment players could possibly want can be found at the Teardrop Pagoda, for a steep price, and possible repercussions depending on how it was obtained. The Nine Hells of Beator. Lawful evil, representing lawful cruelty and selfishness. Quote, "It is hell, where sympathy withers and malice blooms. It is home to devils. It is the plane where the rule of law reveals evil's heart." Normal gravity. The outer plane of the Nine Hells is a fascinating study on lawful evil. The Nine Hells has a heavy caste system where each caste has to obey those above them, but the infightings between those on the same caste are filled with every trick in the book in order to advance higher. Asmodeus, or Asmodeus, is the highest ruler of the Nine Hells and has yet to be bested. There are two groups that should be known before arriving here. The Dark Eight are powerful pit lords that lead the armies in the Blood War. The Lords of the Nine is the collective name of the 9 archdevils that rule each of the 9 layers. The first layer of the Nine Hells is Avernus, ruled by Archduchess Zerial and her advisor Bel from a basalt citadel decorated with the burnt corpses of those who displeased her. She once was a solar of the 7 heavens of Mount Celestia, before transforming into an archdevil, obsessed with battle and martial prowess. This lair used to be a beautiful garden that Asmodeus used to seduce outsiders, but it became a pivotal location in the Blood War, turning the flowers into corpses, neat stone pathways into rocky wastelands with blood-soaked rivers. If the battle itself doesn't kill you, the fiery comments that pummel the ground might. There are 2 important locations on this lair. Number 1, the Bronze Citadel, a manned fortress that is constantly on the lookout due to the Blood War. This fortress might be the first location players visit if they are spotted. And number 2, the Pillar of Skulls. Trophies of the Blood War are stacked miles high to show the power of the devils and to strike fear into enemies. Near the base of this pillar is a cave that holds the powerful Tiamat, goddess of greed and queen of evil dragons. The second layer, Dis. Ruling from the largest city in the Nine Hells is Dispater. It is rumored that the city is as large as the layer itself, as there is no end to its districts. Dispater is a charismatic manipulator and deceiver, coupled with an incredibly clever mind. Not many can outwit him, maybe even by Asmodeus, but he doesn't bother. Dispater is one of Asmodeus's most loyal subjects, and he enjoys his position, which has its own freedoms. Dispater turns a blind eye to corruption in his city, as long as he gets a cut. Any deal that he himself makes usually requires souls. The layer of Dis is full of veins of iron ore, so much so that the city is called the Iron City. Every building, every road is built with iron. Not only does this provide durability, but the metal is hot to the touch due to the heat of the atmosphere. Dispater rules from his personal tower called the Iron Tower, which is so tall that it pierces into Avernus. The third layer, Minoris. A layer filled with acid rain, hail, and a vast bog with boiling and frozen areas. Cities are built from huge blocks of stone, most likely placed by Cyclopean masons, rising hundreds of feet into the sky. The main city of this layer is called the City of Minoris, nicknamed the Sinking City as it has slowly sunk into the bog year after year. Archduke Mammon, a half-serpent, half-human archdevil, rules this layer. His greed is legendary, willing to take coin even over souls, hence the name Mammon, or money. The other city of importance is the City of Jangling Hyder. This city hangs from metal chains attached to something hidden in the fog above. This city is ruled by a clever chiton, or chain devil, named Quimeth. His throne sits in a Gothic-style triple-towered structure in the center of the city called Panos Keitel. Layer 4, Phlegethos. Fiery landscape and sea of molten lava. Smoke and ash fill the sky, and wind blows hot air across the lair. The huge capital fortress city of Brimmock. The huge capital fortress city of Brimmock rises from the middle of a volcano, made out of obsidian and dark glass. Lava flows over its walls like a giant lava fountain. Archduke Belial and his daughter Archduchess Fierna rule this lair. Belial is devilishly handsome and civil. In like manner, his daughter is the most beautiful devil in the 9 hells, but she also has the blackest heart of any devil. Together they rule in harmony, for their survival relies on it in this cruel plane. Layer 5, Stygia, the polar opposite of Phlegethos. Stygia is a sea of frozen ice and cold fire, split only by the river Styx. Above, lightning streaks across the sky, while deadly sharks swim beneath the ice. Along the banks of the river Styx, the city of ice, Tauntlan, sits, ruled by an unnamed pit fiend that rarely leaves her citadel. Gangs freely rule the streets, competing with one another. Trade from the other layers and other lower planes flow through here on the river Styx, making it an important trade port. The real ruler of the lair, however, is frozen deep within an iceberg in the city's harbor. Archdevil Levistus betrayed the trust of Asmodeus and has been paying the price ever since. He isn't harmless, however. He is always aware of what is happening around him, and he is able to send messages to his servants not only on this lair, but also in the material plane, telepathically. Below the ice, an underwater realm called Sherushk lies not far from Tantlan. Sea devils called the Sahagwin live here, along with their deity Sokola. They are an absolute menace to those on the river Styx, raiding merchant ships or sinking the boats of ferrymen. Sokola blesses them, so they are unaffected by the river's curse. Layer 6, Malbolge. Malbolge is an endless rocky slope that is slowly eroding away. Rolling boulders and landslides are a constant threat. The ruler of this lair is Archduchess Glassa, the daughter of Asmodeus. She has a hidden labyrinth underneath her palace where she loves to torture those that displease her. There's a cavern here called Magath Thig that may hold the last of the native Baitorians before the devils take it over. Constant shrieks and wails issue forth from the cave mouth, but the reason for the screams are still uncertain. Any scout sent to search the cavern never comes back. It is rumored that the noise is more to annoy the devils than anything else, hoping that they would leave. Number 7, Maladomini. A wasteland of ruined cities, slag heaps, and crumbling roads. This lair is ruled by Archduke Balzabul, Lord of Flies. His lower half was turned into a slug due to his countless attempts to usurp Asmodeus. He was also cursed to have any deal he makes fail. In complete contrast to the surrounding ruins, the capital city of Malagard is perfectly straight and manicured with boulevards and fountains. It turns out, Balzabul is quite the perfectionist. Perhaps this trait is why Asmodeus still shows favor to his fallen adversary. Another important city found on this layer is Grinpoli, the city of diplomacy. Security is thorough here, as devils from powerful families across the 9 hells come here to learn politics, treachery, and deception. No weapons or magic is allowed. Any attempt to harm another is met with execution. No excuses. Layer number 8, Cania. Another layer of cold, but unlike Stygia, this cold penetrates even the thickest clothing. Glaciers containing alien-like monstrosities and frozen tombs speed along, smashing into each other as if in a battle with one another. This layer is ruled by Archdevil Mephistopheles, the greatest wizard of the 9 hells, as well as the advisor and foe to Asmodeus, and godfather of Glassa. He pursues knowledge with the hunger of a dragon. Unless you are worthy of his time, any distraction from his pursuits ends in immediate death. Trading in souls or knowledge are most likely to catch his attention. He rules from the ice citadel of Mephistar, a blue-white jewel of ice where vapor rises off the surface. A dark pit in the center of a ring of glaciers contains a stairway down to the 9th level of Nessus. The final layer, Nessus, ruled by the archdevil Asmodeus himself, the most cunning and well-mannered devil of them all. If angered, however, the full might of the king of the devils will be unleashed. Nessus is a plane broken up by incredibly deep ravines and canyons. Out of the deepest of these trenches rises the biggest citadel in all of the outer planes, Mal'Shem, the citadel of hell. Mal'Shem resembles a stalagmite, of which only the top portion of the citadel is visible, the rest lying deep within the trench. Who knows how many millions of demons and souls are hidden within its underbelly, waiting to be released into the Blood War. By now, you may have noticed the importance of souls to the devils. The reason for this is that the devil race cannot hope to match the endless demons that spawn from the abyss. In order to keep fighting in the Blood War, devils need cunning and souls. These souls fill in the ranks of marching armies, helping the devils continue in the war. Other than souls, archdevils and pit fiends, numerous types of devils inhabit this plane, their form giving away their rank. The Dungeon Master's Guide 5.5e has a good page on the ranking system of the devils. I'll throw that back up on the screen. Petitioners are souls of evil mortals that arrive as a lowly lemure. Promotion to higher ranks is possible, just like in Gehenna. There is one optional rule for the 9 hells, and that is pervasive evil. At the end of a long rest, a visitor who isn't evil must make a DC 10 Wisdom saving throw. On a fail, that visitor changes alignment to lawful evil. This goes away after a day on another plane or the use of Dispel Evil and Good. The outer plane of the 9 hells has a lot to offer players. Do they seek an audience with a specific archdevil? Shop at the black markets? Or maybe try to convince Asmodeus to release a particular soul? The Infernal Battlefield of Acheron. Lawful neutral, lawful evil, representing strife and war. Quote, "It is where ignorant armies clash by night. It is the refuse plane of a million failed rebellions. It is a plane of enforced order, where conformity is more important than good." Objectional gravity. The outer plane of Acheron is a plane of geometry. Immense iron blocks in the shapes of cubes and other geometric shapes float in an empty void, often smashing into each other with a resounding clang. Warmongering deities, clans, tribes, etc. are always clashing with one another. In particular, MacLeod, the major deity of the goblins, and Grumsh, the major deity of the orcs, fight for control of the entire plane. This plane is made up of 4 different layers. The first layer is called Avilice, also known as the Battle Planes. Perfectly cut black metallic cubes float through the air as battles rage on their surfaces. Most of these cubes are heavily scarred from the battlefields that take place on them. The river Styx flows through this layer, sometimes washing away unfortunate soldiers mid-battle. There are 3 different realms owned by different deities in this layer. Clangor, the cube ruled by the goblins and MacLeod. 2. Nishrak, the cube ruled by the orcs and Grumsh. And 3. Scourgehold, the cube ruled by the Greyhawk deity Hextor. He trains his troops in the Great Colosseum made of beaten bronze and glass. The second layer is called Thildonin. The pock-marked blocks of this layer are full of war machines and scraps fallen from the first layer. There are more scavengers looking for hidden treasures or technology to steal than there are warriors. A powerful spell is at work here, slowly petrifying anything over time, including those who visit. The third layer is called Tintabolus. These blocks consist of volcanic gray stone with varying numbers of sides. When these blocks collide, they splinter off into smaller shapes rather than staying intact like the other layers. There are few inhabitants on this plane, making it a great spot for magical research. Speaking of, the Hopping Tower can be found here, home to Lysander, the Hopping Mage, who used to be a master of wild magic and is now serving as a priest to some unknown deity. The tower is ancient, built by a rogue army of specters, some which still haunt the tower today. The tower itself is made up of moss-covered stones held together by a magic purple mortar and is found in a region called the Sieve Stones, also called the Chiming Stones, because they make a chiming noise when colliding. This is a very dangerous region, and Lysander has figured out how to navigate it. However, to do so, the tower bobs and weaves like crazy, making players suffer a 25% chance of spell failure, a -4 penalty to all attack rolls, and a -3 penalty to dexterity, unless neutralized by a cure spell. Previously a resident of Pandemonium, the Hopping Mage is a mad genius, having created multiple spells himself, one of which draws upon the power of the Quasi-Elemental Plane of Radiance called Lysander's Kaleidoscope. The fourth and final layer is called Ocanthus. The squares here are so thin, they might as well be considered 2D. One of the dangers of this layer is that these squares are razor sharp and made of black ice, swirling around like a hailstorm. They all originate from the night black boundary of this layer, a sheet of infinite magically charged ice. It is thought that, perhaps, this is the source or end of the river Styx, and all memories that the river has stolen are stored in these slivers of ice. Built on the surface of this boundary ice is the Cabal Macabre, the crystalline castle of Greyhawk's deity Ouijas, the witch goddess of death and magic. She is on the constant prowl for memories that hold secret knowledge, particularly of spells. The inhabitants of Acheron are a mixture of all different creatures and races across the multiverse. Renegade armies and rebellions fight here just as much as those who follow a particular leader. Devils, imps, rakshasas, dragons, goblins, orcs, and lots of birds that feast on the battlefields. There is one optional rule for Acheron, called Bloodlust. A creature gains temporary hit points equal to half its hit point maximum whenever it reduces a hostile creature to 0 hit points. The outer plane of Acheron isn't as packed with important places to visit like the other planes, but it definitely has its uses. The fact that it has a lawful neutral, lawful evil alignment makes it a good spot for diplomacy, especially with goblins and orcs. Maybe players win the trust of deities or factions by battle prowess, or find random treasures in Thaldanin. Or maybe players search for a lost memory of an invention, or maybe someone they know, in the lair of Ocanthus. Last but not least, the concordant domain of the Outlands, or just the Outlands. It is thought that the theology and philosophy of the Great Wheel came from the observation of the wheel-shaped Outlands. The Outlands are a completely neutral and unaligned area. In the very center of the Outlands is a city called Sigil. We're going to skip this city for now and focus on the Outlands, which is part of the Outer Planes. Starting from the spire itself and moving outwards, there are 10 layers of magic annulment. The spire, found in the 10th layer, annuls all magic spells and godly abilities, while the first layer does not have any magic annulment. Running along the edge of the disk, there are 16 gate towns, each town holding a gate connected to one of the outer planes in their position on the Great Wheel. Each one of these gates reflect the traits of the outer plane it is connected to. However, If a town is too closely aligned to its outer plane, it will be sucked through the gate to become part of that plane. Depending on the town, a copy seemingly pops up from nowhere, or it has to be built from scratch. The gate also works the other way. Pieces of an outer plane that have strayed too far from alignment of the plane will be sent to the Outlands. This keeps the Outlands neutral and the outer planes specifically aligned. I plan on doing a separate video on the gate towns at some point, so I'll skip that for now. Apart from the gate towns, the Outlands is fairly empty of settled land, seeing more travelers and armies passing through than those living on it. Despite being sparse, there are some fun and unique places here, including the realms of more neutral or unaligned deities. For example, bizarre walking castles, home to various wizards that roam the Outlands. The realm Court of Light, ruled by Mechanus. The three-faced queen of the Nagas is an adventure filled with Nagas and possibly Aztec architecture, like the Lizardmen from Warhammer. The Labyrinth of Life is a vast dinosaur-filled jungle realm ruled by Uptau, father of dinosaurs, who stomps his way through in the form of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Caverns of Thought is a cavern system swarming with illithids. Anam, the Allfather, dwells somewhere in a realm hidden from sight, though he is rumored to be in a crystal tower atop an enormous mountain. The Outlands is a unique experience that allows players to get a taste of the other 16 outer planes without leaving the physical land. While there are not a lot of permanent locations to visit, there is plenty of room to homebrew just about anything in. Players can visit neutral parties and deities while watching out for roaming bands of armies maneuvering into position for the Blood War. It can also be a place to transition over to the Planescape setting, which uses the city of Sigil as its central location. That sums up all the outer planes. It's now time to take a look at the energy planes. Let's start with the positive energy plane. Quoting from the 3E Manual of the Planes again, the positive energy plane is the source of radiant energy and the raw life forces that suffuse all living beings. Brilliant white radiance outshines all other colors, bleaching the whole landscape white. No air, food, or water can be found here. Like exploding stars, balls of energy burst apart randomly, disintegrating anything that might be in the way. On the other hand, there are random zones that have a 50% chance to animate any object with life, due to the life-giving nature of the positive energy plane. That can be a lot of fun. Regions called edge zones are pockets where the traits of the plane are lessened to a livable degree. In these pockets, floating islands made of materials from the other planes reside. The most important one of these is called the Hospice. This floating citadel is home to holy knights and healers that can cure almost any disease or heal almost any wound. The healing nature of the plane itself makes such miracles happen at the hands of these healers. Another place of importance is the Fortress of Life, home to feudal Didam Horus. This fortress is protected from all aspects of the plane, making it a safe place for visitors. She collects life pearls, pearls that are formed from areas of high concentration of positive energy and pressure. One life pearl has 4d10 charges that can heal the sick and even restore the dead. Other inhabitants here include Ravids, Zagya, and various constructs that can survive the heat and radiant damage. There are also more interesting inhabitants that float around this plane. Powerful beings or artifacts imprisoned in cages, protected from positive energy, are sent here to isolate them from the rest of the multiverse. With proper immunity to radiant damage, the positive energy plane can be a last resort for players to heal otherwise deadly diseases or wounds. Or maybe the might of the Holy Knights are needed for an upcoming battle. Or maybe players will unknowingly release a being or artifact that was imprisoned here for a reason. The negative energy plane. Quote, "It is the blackest night. It is the heart of darkness. It is the hunger that devours souls." subjective directional gravity. Whereas the positive energy plane was brilliantly lit, the negative energy plane is as dark as a moonless night. This plane feeds on any heat, light, or life with a voracious hunger. Areas of concentrated negative energy compressed by the pressure of the plane solidify into void stones. These void stones are used in creating the legendary item Sphere of Annihilation. In its natural state, anything that touches it is destroyed. Even natives to this plane are vulnerable to its effects. Just like the edge zones in the positive energy plane, doldrums are regions within the negative energy plane that have the dangerous traits of the plane lessened. Inhabitants make their home on these doldrums. The most important doldrum holds the mile-wide city of Deathheart, constructed in a hollow metal sphere. Quoting from the 3E Manual of the Planes, "The city was founded as an experimental utopian community. Originally called the Heart of the Void, it was designed by its mysterious masters to be a place untainted by other beings and schools of thought. In reality, it was quickly overrun by the undead, who feasted on the flesh and souls of the students within. Now its towers and plazas are empty, except for the undead invaders." End quote. Another place of importance is the Fortress of the Soul, controlled by the Dustmen faction, who value the idea of true death. Visitors here are well cared for, and after roughly a week of stay, they're sent to the city of Sigil. Inhabitants found in the negative energy plane are mainly the undead and energons, specifically the Zag-Yi, Nightwalkers, Drelb, and Trillocs. The negative energy plane also has prisoners that are trapped in castle prisons called Castles Perilous. Rather than evil beings with a will bent on destruction, these prisoners are usually good-aligned celestials, artifacts, or paladins that would hinder the nefarious plans of the undead. The negative energy plane, like the positive energy plane, is a harsh plane to travel to. The Fortress of the Soul, however, makes this plane a bit more welcoming. Players can expect to find epic adventures filled with the dead and constant negative energy swirling about. Well, we have done it. Besides the transitive planes, as I mentioned before, we have reached the end of all the planes that are shown on the Great Wheel maps, both 5e1 and the 5.5e1. It's time to take a look at Demi-planes that may or may not be well known and of particular interest. What are Demi-planes, you may ask? Well, Demi-planes are of finite size compared to the infinite size we have been working with. These exist mainly in their own pockets in the Astral Plane, though older editions put them in the Ethereal Plane, and a lot of them formed in the Ethereal Plane from the protomatter that floated in it. Demi-planes are interesting because you can place them wherever you want, and what they are is whatever you can imagine. If you want to have something, and it just doesn't seem to quite fit with the rest of the cosmology, make it a demi-plane. They can be vast, hundreds and hundreds thousands of miles across, or they can be incredibly small. They can even just be the house of one wayward, powerful wizard. The 3E Manual of the Planes goes into a few demi-planes that you may have heard of before. Some are quite popular, and some maybe not so much. The Observatorium. Quote, "It watches everything and everywhere. Yet, it remains hidden from view. It is the eye in the sky. Objective gravity." The Observatorium is, well, an observatory. Quoting from the 3E Manual of the Planes, "The planar lore describing the Observatorium portrays it as a great mechanical sphere within a huge torus, and devices of unknown purpose encrust both sphere and torus. The visible surfaces are carved with figures of lost deities and dead outsiders." End quote. The Observatorium is always on the move in the astral plane, occasionally blinking into existence on the material, inner or outer planes, before phasing out again. Because it is not easily spotted, the existence of the Demi-plane is a myth to many, and the few who do know its secret keep it closely guarded. The building itself is roughly half a mile across, built upon what the manual calls a chunk of nothingness, 3 miles long. Inside the building is filled with strange devices, catwalks, crystal balls, large machinery, and one-way portals to any plane in the world cosmology. If you're lucky, constructs built unlike any other in the known multiverse can be seen operating and maintaining the Observatorium. This, however, is a rare sight to behold, as they randomly disappear when no work needs to be done. Anyone that passes a DC 30 Knowledge of the Planes check is able to observe any plane. As you can imagine, ownership of such a device is incredibly useful. Perhaps this is why whoever built it added a trait that applies wisdom damage to any creature that resides within its walls. As visitors lose 1 point of their wisdom score per hour on a failed DC 30 wisdom save, the likelihood of stumbling their way into a random one-way portal gradually increases. For this reason, those that do visit use the observatory primarily as a way station or for a quick observation. Visitors to this demi-plane include several groups of Marcanes, various spellcasters, raiding Githyanki seeking a particular foe, and assault groups of devils and demons. The Observatorium demi-plane is a great mystical adventure for players to stumble upon. Just know that anything taken from the Observatorium will no longer work unless put back, and observing a plane works the same way as the scrying spell. It can be detected by any inhabitant with an intelligence score of 12 or higher and passing a scry check, or an intelligence check, against a DC 20. Common ground, which is also called the cynosure in the world tree cosmology. Quote, "It is where noble truces are brokered and dark bargains made." Normal gravity. Even the deities need to hold counsel about the affairs of the multiverse in a place without the fear of attack or betrayal. This demi-plane is found in a spot equally distant from all other portals in the Astral Plane and can only be seen by lesser deities and greater. No one else is allowed. Even any guards or retinue of the deities need to be shed before entering alone. The council room itself is a great circular chamber with an arching golden dome overhead and a floor made of polished jade. A great table in the center of the room made of gold-veined black marble holds a black orb that allows the deities to call a council or individual to the demi-plane when touched. The Common Ground is a neat storytelling addition. It gives you a glimpse of behind-the-scene workings of what the gods are doing to influence the multiverse. The Fugue Plane. Normal gravity. This is an interesting one, and a bit of a tricky one as well to describe, as it changes a decent amount, and it was originally introduced for the Forgotten Realms campaign setting, but it is in the 3E Manual of the Planes book, which is a Great Wheel Cosmology. Its first appearance is found in the advanced D&D Forgotten Realms book Faith and Avatars, and further information can be found in the 3E Forgotten Realms campaign setting, Player's Guide to Faerun, and the 5th edition Sword Coast Adventurers guidebooks. From these sources, we find that the Fugue Plane is a flat, featureless plane of gray. All magic is impeded here. There are no colored portals that reach here, and no mortal, planar, or prime is able to travel to the Fugue Plane while they still live. Once a mortal dies, their soul is drawn to the Fugue Plane to be judged in the City of Judgment, ruled by the current greater deity of the dead, Kelemvor, and his crystal spire. Souls are judged upon whether they truthfully served a particular deity in alignment during their lifetime. If proved to be true, they wait in the city until a patron of their deity or the deities themselves come and pick them up and bring them to the corresponding outer plane. Souls that firmly denied any faith or practice only lip service to any deity are called the faithless. Any souls that intentionally betrayed their deity are called the false. The faithless are punished by getting absorbed into a living wall that surrounds the City of Judgment. held together by a supernatural greenish mold that eventually kills them eternally. The false, on the other hand, are punished according to their crimes and forced to serve their sentence in the city itself for all eternity, doing different tasks depending on the severity of their crimes. It should be mentioned here that once a soul is judged, it can no longer be resurrected without the interference of a deity. And it's also worth mentioning that the devils have an agreement with Helmvor, allowing them to create a portal to the Fugue Plane and barter with souls, giving them the option to become devils, with a chance to rise from a lemur to a pit fiend. Or, you can just serve a worse sentence. What do you think? Remember that devils need souls to help fill their ranks in the Blood War. I really like how the Fugue Plane explains the process of the dead and what happens to them and how the dead get to the outer planes. I feel it's a really good role in explaining that. I was curious at how many people actually use the Fugue Plane, and I did a poll, I can't remember when, but there seemed to not be a ton of people who did. Let me know in the comments below if you use the Fugue Plane, or what do you use instead? Here's another interesting demi-plane, Neth, the plane that lives. Quote, it calls itself Neth. It is a realm of sentient matter. It lives. Subjective gravity. This is an abnormal plane, and I thought it provided a good example of what you can do in creating a demi-plane. The demi-plane of Neth is a sentient plane. Its life's goal is to figure out why it is sentient. Despite its massive size of 25 miles, it is far less powerful than any true deity. Basically, the plane is a giant amoeba, crumpled up like a paper ball. It produces children called antibodies that it sends throughout the multiverse to answer this question of why it's sentient. The whole plane is filled with energized and breathable liquid, sectioned off by organic membranes. Visitors to this plane can swim through it and see all the different organs at work all around them. Every 10 minutes, though, Neth has a 40% chance to notice anything swimming around inside it. When Neth does notice any visitors, it will either 1. Ensnare them and absorb them for their memory, 2. Attack it by its antibodies, or 3. Push them to the visage wall, a membrane that has thousands of head-shaped buds that it uses to talk through simultaneously, asking questions to satiate its curiosity. That's super creepy. The demi-plane of Neth is an entirely different kind of plane that can be used to surprise players. The color of the portal found in the Astral Plane is a metallic peach, and if you look close enough, you might just see a huge eye flash upon its surface. Or was that a figment of your imagination? While the plane of Neth is a different take on a demi-plane, it's not truly mind-bending or sanity-breaking. For that, we need to travel outside of the multiverse, to the realm beyond, the Far Realm. The exact location of the Far Realm is unknown. Most believe that it exists outside the known multiverse, and therefore call it the Outside. Everything about the Far Realm is wrong. It defies all natural laws and logic. Those who try to comprehend it tend to go mad. Most just deny its existence outright. The Far Realm is made up of an infinite number of layers, but unlike the layers found in the outer planes, these are thin, ranging from 1 inch to 1 mile. Each layer is translucent, allowing you to see through up to 20 layers at a time, appearing, as it were, a stack of papers. The air here is like a thick syrup swimming through it. It is possible, but it is easier to move by thought. Milky white rivers flow through the air in impossible ways, spanning multiple layers at a time. Titanic creatures existing in multiple layers at a time are called the Elder Evils, creatures that are so ancient, big, and powerful, their mere presence can corrupt individuals. Their power level rivals or surpasses that of demigods and are capable of destroying worlds. Some of the other inhabitants that make up the Far Realm are Mind Flayers, Beholders, pseudo-natural creatures, which are the simplest natives, and the ones most often summoned by spell into the material plane. Carrion Crawlers, Uvudum, Grell, the Aboleth, Mooncalves, and Starspawn, which are either avatars or servants to the Elder Evils. The Far Realm is your Lovecraftian horror. Alien tentacle creatures that cause players to go insane. Unfortunately, the information regarding the Far Realm is few and far between, scattered amongst many different adventures, magazines, monster lore, and planar books. Skimming through the Call of Cthulhu tabletop RPGs and incorporating the sanity mechanic would be a great resource for ideas. Many attempts to understand the Far Realm have been made, only to disastrous results. Will players find cults trying to open a portal? Wizards summoning inhabitants far beyond their control? Or is the end of the world near, the arrival of an elder evil? The region of dreams, or dream, or the plane of dreams. Subjective gravity. The exact nature of the region of dreams is hotly debated among scholars. Is it a demi-plane? A realm on the edge of the cosmos? A realm coterminal with the astral plane? A realm found at the cross-section of the border and deep ethereal? Whatever the case may be, it is agreed upon by all that anyone who is capable of dreaming, willingly or unwillingly enters the region of dreams as sleep takes hold. Their physical body is left behind, and a dream copy that has all the same spells and gear, called a dream self, ventures into the dream. Each individual dream found in the region of dreams is called a dreamscape. Now, dreamscapes vary greatly in realistic intensity and size. The dreams within them can be anything from mundane and utter nonsense to life-threatening nightmares. Most individuals live their lives without any incident in the region of dreams. However, there are a few that have experienced very real dreams, with tales of some even dying. Normally, whenever someone is threatened in a dream, a DC 10 wisdom check can be made. On a success, the dreamer wakes up. Even after a failure, a dreamer who dies in Dreamscape wakes up with a pounding heart and a bad day, nothing more. In rare cases, however, dreams are so real that the events that occur in them have lasting effects on the real world, including death. The Ravenloft book, The Nightmare Lands, goes into great detail on how dreams and nightmares work, and at what levels of realism they can be. I highly recommend a quick read-through to get some ideas for running the region of dreams. While dreamscapes are usually devoid of other beings other than fictional scenes and people made up by the dreamer's mind, there are those who can travel the dreamscapes. Powerful beings can create a dreamscape and pull others into them. This is how deities reveal prophecies and visions to their followers, but it is also how those with more sinister plans can trap players into a living nightmare. Abilities and spells like dream travel and lucid dreaming allow those who cast them to dreamwalk, traveling through the mist into someone's dreamscape. What happens if someone wakes up while I am in their dreamscape? Nothing life-threatening. Any visitors inhabiting the dreamscape are just cast out into the closest dreamscape. The two main places to look out for in the region of dreams are the Land of Nightmares and the Domain of Dread that borders or and is connected to the region of dreams, and the Dream Heart. The Land of Nightmares is ruled by the Nightmare Court and the city of Nod. This city moves and shifts like a great metropolitan labyrinth. Each one of the members of the Nightmare Court have their own nightmare dreamscapes to watch unfortunate victims dance on their fingertips. The dream heart is the center of the region of dreams and is like the elemental plane of chaos in dream form. Dreamscapes and any dream walkers or dream selves within them perish forever in the dream heart. Dreamscapes here melt, float, grow, and dissolve in chaotic fashion. If a dreamscape is ever pulled into the dream heart, the DC for waking up is bumped up to an 18 from 10, making it much harder to wake up before it is too late. Random tempests and dream-born creatures can also take the life of dreamers unless their dreamscape is heavily fortified by those skilled in creating or traveling dreamscapes. If anyone can navigate the dream heart, it is said that the Eye of the Storm contains powerful knowledge, deities, or even lost loved ones. The region of dreams adds another layer of creativity and spook to campaigns. Dreams can now provide information, glimpses into another's mind, pass messages, create nightmares to fight, and prophetic visions within the dreamscape of a powerful deity. That's it for this video. I hope everyone enjoyed it. Last on the list are the transitive planes, in which I will also include the plane of mirrors. It's nice to know what all these planes are now like, but how do you get there? It is time to come back to the transitive planes. I figured it made more sense to combine all the different ways to travel throughout the multiverse in its own section. And well, here we are. We're going to start out looking at the transitive planes before we move to other modes of transportation. The ethereal and astral planes make up the transitive planes. They serve primarily as a way to travel between the other planes, hence the name the transitive planes, or planes of transit. The ethereal plane envelops and overlaps the inner and material planes. The astral plane is what the whole multiverse sits in. Starting with the ethereal plane, quote, "It is a plane out of phase. It is a place of ghosts and monsters. It is right next to you, and you don't even see it." Subjective gravity. The ethereal plane is a bit of an oddball plane, having been through a lot of changes throughout the years. It is split into two areas, the border ethereal and the deep ethereal. The border ethereal is, you guessed it, on the border between the ethereal plane and an area anywhere within the inner and material planes. It can be thought of as the shoreline of an ocean before going into the deep ethereal. Casting the spell Etherealness and Ethereal Jaunt allows the caster to travel the border ethereal. Why would anyone travel in the ethereal? It can be a faster way to travel as you skip over rough or normally impassable terrain because of the subjective gravity. Within the border ethereal itself, anyone can peer out 30 to 60 feet and see the landscape of the corresponding plane as if looking through a foggy window. While those from within can look out, those on the outside can't look in without the ability of true sight or see invisibility, making it a perfect plane for a little reconnaissance and scouting. The deep ethereal. To reach the deep ethereal, a visitor needs to use a portal or the plane shift and gate spells, which we'll get to in a little bit. It is not possible to simply walk from the border ethereal. Despite not bordering the planes, the deep ethereal sees a lot of foot traffic. Planers from the outer planes use the deep ethereal to travel to the inner and material planes undetected. How? Within the deep ethereal, there are what are called curtains of color, each color corresponding to a specific border ethereal, matching the specific plane it overlaps. I picture this in a similar fashion to the Northern Lights. For example, if I wanted to travel to the elemental plane of fire to visit the City of Brass, I would look for a curtain colored orange. Once through this curtain, I would find myself in the border ethereal of the elemental plane of fire. From here, I would find a location I wish to pass from the border ethereal into the plane of fire itself. By doing this, I bypass the guarded gates and arrive unannounced at any location along the plane. Traveling this way does have its risks, however. Ether cyclones are storms that can fling travelers to random locations. Other travelers and inhabitants of the plane itself, like ghosts, ethereal marauders, phase spiders, ethereal filchers, will take the opportunity to steal or eat you. Aside from travel, there is little purpose in the way of staying in the ethereal. There are areas of protomatter that are physical objects rather than ethereal, but the most important physical place is the Radiant Citadel found in the deep ethereal. It is a living relic, an engineered feat of 27 great civilizations on the material plane, carving out a massive gemstone called the Auroral Diamond, with 15 circling jewels that provide transportation around the Citadel. It acts as a hub for trade, knowledge, rest, and a beacon of light to navigate the Ethereal Plane. The Ethereal Plane is incredibly handy for players to have general knowledge of, for travel, scouting, and spying during any campaign. There is enough information to build a homebrew ghost adventure here. The Astral Plane, the space between planes, subject of gravity. An endless sea of silver, purple tint, wisps of swirling white and gray. All other planes in the cosmos reside within it. Its vast, empty space is both terrifying and beautiful. Remnants of past worlds float by, and the immense forms of dead gods lie still. Magic swirling portals are scattered throughout the plane, each with a different color that identifies which plane it portals you to, just like the Ethereal Plane. Most of these portals are one-way trips, so try not to mess up. There is no gravity here besides that which immense objects exert. No aging, hunger, or thirst. It is a plane of thought and dreams. Think, and you shall go. While the Astral Plane is mostly empty, there are still beings that make their home here. The Githyanki, once enslaved by mind flayers, now roam the plane. Organized in militaristic communities, the Githyanki have cities and fortresses built upon floating remnants of land or dead gods, and ships to raid unsuspecting travelers of angels, demons, devils, night hags, you name it. Beings from all over travel the planes from the portals found in the Astral Plane. Let's not forget, perhaps the most dangerous creature of all, the Astral Dreadnought. An enormous creature that strikes fear into all who behold it. There is also another danger to look out for, a storm made up of lost memories and ideas called the Psychic Wind. This storm has various effects ranging from blowing you off course to causing insanity. The main way to travel to the Astral Plane is through the Astral Projection spell. Astral Projection allows the caster and up to 8 other willing companions to project an astral version of themselves and leave their physical bodies behind in an unconscious stasis. A little silver cord is attached between the shoulder blades that keeps a connection to your bodies. This is a handy way to travel, as these astral bodies can be killed without harming the physical bodies, unless the silver cord is cut, causing true death. Not any weapon can cut them, but 2 of the Astral Plane's inhabitants are equipped to do so, the Astral Dreadnought and the swords of the Githyanki. Once through a portal, a couple of different things can happen depending on the interpretation of the moment an astral form leaves that plane, the target's body and possessions travel along the silver cord, causing the target to re-enter its body on the new plane. Does this mean that the physical bodies and all possessions transport to your location and then materialize once you step through the portal? Or does a copy of your physical body manifest on the plane? or as the 3.5e manual of the plane has it, a new physical copy of your body is formed from the elements of that plane. It's pretty cool, making you immune to the ongoing traits of the plane. There's a couple of different ways to interpret this. Like the Ethereal Plane, the Astral Plane is usually used for traveling, but fun adventures can be played out here as well. Does the party need to contact the Githyanki? Are they searching for a dead deity or a demi-plane? If so, I recommend finding the Githyanki city Tunarath for information. Even if astral projection is not yet available, technically, any portal travels through the astral plane, and if you look close enough, you can see the dark trails that tunnel their way through the plane, connecting portals all over the multiverse. Players can be ripped from one in transit by a psychic windstorm. Or, if spell jamming is an option, under the 5e rules, players can sail to and in the astral plane, leading to a swashbuckling sci-fantasy adventure. This next one isn't found on the chart, but it is pretty cool. It is an optional transitive plane, and it's called the Plane of Mirrors, subjective gravity. The Plane of Mirrors is a collection of variant transitive planes connected by mirrors. This is another wild and fun plane that plays upon the various stories, myths, and folklore surrounding mirrors. The Plane of Mirrors itself is a secret plane, only known to a few. As to who exactly knows is up to the DM. Not all mirrors are connected to each other. They are connected in groupings of 5d4s in what are called constellations. Each mirror in this constellation has something in common that binds them together. A certain manufacturer or maker, made of the same material, same location, and so on. Once through a mirror, the individual, who is called a mirror walker, finds a corridor with branching hallways to the left and the right. Hanging upon the walls of these hallways are other mirrors in the constellation. The mirror walker can peer into the mirrors and see the world beyond as if looking through a window. Those on the outside, however, only see their own reflections. As long as a mirror is already connected in a constellation, it can be moved to a different location without breaking its connection. Shattering the mirror, however, from either within or without the plane of mirrors will close that connection. There are no native inhabitants to the plane of mirrors. In fact, the plane is pretty much empty and safe. Except for one thing. Whenever someone mirror walks, a copy called a mirror self is created somewhere else in the constellation on the plane of mirrors. Since this is a new idea, let's read the 3E manual of the planes to see how this works. The mirror self is identical to the original mirror walker in all ways except the mirror self has the opposite alignment as the original character. For example, a lawful good mirror walker would spawn a chaotic evil mirror self. A true neutral mirror walker spawns a neutral mirror self. If the original self is carrying a mirror as equipment, the mirror isn't duplicated by the mirror self. All other items held, worn, or carried by the original are duplicated by the mirror self. The mirror self knows the location of its original self, but the reverse isn't true unless the two meet. The mirror self also has the memories of the original at the moment of creation, including which mirror the original used to enter the plane of mirrors. That is scary. The mirror self is an outsider, so it cannot be raised or resurrected if slain. The mirror self has 60-foot dark vision, whether the original self has this ability or not. Mirror selves can innately identify each other by sight. The mirror self favors the opposite hand. An ambidextrous traveler produces an ambidextrous mirror self. The mirror self cannot leave the plane of mirrors unless it slays its original self. There's not much on the plane of mirrors, so most mirror selves immediately start to stalk their originals in hopes of killing them. If a mirror self succeeds, it will try to escape through a mirror portal and take over the life of its original. The original self may still be rescued and raised from the dead, but it must then deal with whatever havoc its mirror self has created on its home plane. If slain, a mirror self shatters, along with all items it possesses. A mirror self winks out of existence if its original self passes back through a mirror before the mirror self gets a chance to slay it. It normally takes 2d20 rounds for a mirror self to hunt through the winding corridor of the plane of mirrors and find its original self. If the mirror self is slain, then the original self is forever safe from mirror self attacks while on the plane of mirrors. A plane of mirrors connecting a different set of mirrors will still spawn a mirror self, however. Being a variant transitive plane, the plane of mirrors opens up new ways for characters in a campaign to travel, spy, and keep in contact with NPCs or other players. It can be used to set up interesting scenarios, especially since the plane is secretive. If you want to add danger to the plane other than the mirror selves, I highly recommend adding the Fetch, an assassin that is able to travel through and pull anyone into any reflective surface beyond just mirrors. It is definitely an underrated monster that will really shine in the plane of mirrors. Transitive planes are an integral part of traveling the multiverse, but you don't have to use them. Here are some other ways to travel mentioned by category. Ways to travel. Number 1. Planar Features. If you are familiar with the Outer Planes or have read the Dungeon Master's guides, you will notice that there are things called Planar Features that allow travel between the planes. In the upper planes, a sweet fragrance rises from the peaceful river Oceanus, which flows from the blessed fields of Elysium, through the top layer of the Beastlands, and drains at the second layer of Arborea. Other than rapids and other dangers natural to a river, it is very rare to be waylaid by a denizen of the deep. Merchants from all over the multiverse travel the river Oceanus to trade or travel through the different outer planes. The river Styx, found in the lower planes, is the exact opposite of the river Oceanus. The river Styx meanders through all the lower planes and, unlike the river Oceanus, is a very treacherous journey. The smell of the river is putrid. Creatures below the surface will attack you, and even touching the water causes temporary or permanent memory loss. Ferrymen know the safest ways to travel the river, but beware, they charge a high price. The Yggdrasil tree, or world ash tree, spreads its branches wide and its roots deep. The branches of this great tree are found in the Beastlands, its trunk in Ysgard, and its roots in Pandemonium, and the second layer of Hades. Since its reach spans both the upper and lower planes, it is quite the way to travel. The older editions, filled with greater influences of the historical pantheons, connected the Yggdrasil tree to the material plane by a few branches, and the Bifrost Bridge with the twist that only those who believed and followed the Nordic pantheon knew the locations of the branches and the Bifrost. The tree may be a viable way to travel, but it isn't without risks, most notably falling off. If you do decide to climb the Yggdrasil tree, make sure to say hi to Tisk, the Ratatosker, on your journey. Even though the Yggdrasil tree is also called the World Ash Tree, it is not to be confused with the World Tree Cosmology, which is a different world cosmology from the Great Wheel Cosmology. The World Tree Cosmology was introduced in 3rd edition in the Forgotten Realms campaign setting. Mount Olympus, which provides the same purpose as the Yggdrasil tree with a Greek influence. The top of the mountain is found in Arborea, which in the older editions was known as Olympus, which is why the full name in 3E is the Olympian Glade of Arborea. Once again, drawing from historical roots, the Greek pantheon is found at the top of the mountain, besides Hades, who is found in, well, the outer plane of Hades, specifically in the underworld. The base of Mount Olympus can also be found in Tartarus, or the Tartarian depths of Carceri, where the Titans are imprisoned. The base can also be found on an island off the coast of Toril in the prime material plane called Achaea. These passageways are once again known mainly by those who worship the Greek pantheon. Oh, the river Styx is a putrid stream. Oceanus is too good for me. Olympus takes too long to climb. Yggdrasil is just a tree. But the infinite staircase takes you there. The grand old stair goes everywhere. A few short steps will bring us home and fulfill our every dream. That's right, if you don't want to climb the Yggdrasil tree or Mount Olympus, you can always climb the infinite staircase, which is the last of the planar features. The base of the infinite staircase, sometimes called the celestial staircase, is found in Selune's Palace of Argentil and the Gate of the Moon, appearing only on a full moon. The infinite staircase, as the name suggests, connects an infinite amount of locations across the whole multiverse, especially those of creative intent. Most of these locations are unknown to ordinary folk, as it is invisible to all but the deities and powerful mages. However, there are some locations known in Toril. Near the ruins of Castle Kilgrave in Cormyr, near the Temple of Lathander in Shadowdale, and near Griffin Eyrie on Mount Waterdeep. When visible, these stairs move and change from different materials and angles in chaotic ways. One moment you're walking up a flight of wooden stairs, and the next you're upside down on a conveyor belt. The doors themselves are found in landings, with one set of stairs going down and another one going up. The door itself takes on the appearance and theme of what is behind it. So, for example, a door to Shadowfell might have a Gothic style applied to it. From the other side, leading into the infinite staircase, the doors look ordinary and plain. A powerful and rare type of genie called a noble genie is always protecting the infinite staircase. Noble genies are able to reshape reality and grant wishes. Some seek the infinite staircase just to talk to Nafas, the noble genie who has been guarding the infinite staircase for as long as anyone can remember. Nafas lives in his home called the Censor of Dreams, where he entertains guests and spins wild and legendary tales that have drifted in from the many doors or shared by visitors over the millennia. Number 2. Probably the most widely used way to travel through the multiverse is through the use of planar portals. Portals can mean the shimmery magical portals, or in a more general sense, as the 5e Dungeon Master's Guide puts it, quote, "Portal is a general term for a stationary interplanar connection that links a specific location on one plane to a specific location on another." Some portals function like doorways, appearing as a clear window or a fog-shrouded passage, and interplanar travel is as simple as stepping through the doorway. Other portals are locations. Circles of standing stones, soaring towers, sailing ships, or even whole towns that exist in multiple planes at once, or flicker from one plane to another. Some are vortices, joining an elemental plane with a very similar location on the material plane, such as the heart of a volcano leading to the plane of fire, or the depths of the ocean to the plane of water." End quote. Like a bus or a train, travelers need to find the right portal that connects to the correct destination. Thankfully, most portals have a connecting theme to their destination, such as a location, color, or architecture to identify them. And just like having to catch a flight or train, portals aren't always open. Here are some restrictive parameters that portals can have. Taken from the 5e Dungeon Master's Guide, time. The portal functions only at particular times, during a full moon on the material plane or maybe every 10 days. Number 2, situation. Functions only when specific conditions are met. Maybe these portals only function during wartime, or when it's really hot or cold. Number 3, random. These portals function at random intervals, very erratic and hard to rely upon. Number 4, command word. These portals function when a certain word or phrase is said, so pretty much like a password and will allow you through. Lastly, number 5, key. These portals function when a certain object is being held by the traveler. This is like your specific ticket, your key that you're holding that allows you to go through. A lot of portals in the multiverse function this way. Planar portals are great because they are established ways that are known to everybody to get where you need to go. But keep in mind, they're also guarded most of the time or controlled by a certain group or faction. And there are a lot of them, which makes it easier to find, but also very, very confusing on what you need, what are the restrictions, etc. Take a look at these two charts that I have up on the screen. The first one on the left is Mount Celestia and the portals and pathways along Mount Celestia. And the one on the right is for the same thing for 9 Hells. That's a lot of lines crisscrossing all over the place, and some of them are one-way portals. And you might be thinking to yourself, well, I just don't want to bother with that, or I need to travel with a bit more secrecy. Well, you can always just change these portals and pathways around if you so wish, or you can use our third method of travel, which are spells. The third way to travel is through spells, and most of these spells are at level 7 and higher. There could be a few that are lower than that, but the majority of them are higher level. The 3 main ones that are given in the Dungeon Master's Guide, the 5th edition Dungeon Master's Guide, is Plane Shift, Gate Spell, and Astral Projection. We'll skip over Astral Projection as we already went into that in great detail, and start with Plane Shift. I'll read these first 2 paragraphs here. You and up to 8 willing creatures who link hands in a circle are transported to a different plane of existence. You can specify a target destination in general terms, such as the City of Brass on the Elemental Plane of Fire, or the Palace of Dispater on the 2nd level of the 9 Hells, and to appear in or near that destination. If you are trying to reach the City of Brass, for example, you might arrive in the Street of Steel before its Gate of Ashes, or looking at the city from across the Sea of Fire at the GM's discretion. Alternatively, if you know the sigil sequence of a teleportation circle on another plane of existence, this spell can take you to that circle. If the teleportation circle is too small to hold all the creatures you transported, they appear in the closest unoccupied spaces next to the circle. We'll skip this last paragraph because it's unrelated to what we're talking about here. But do notice you need 3 components, the verbal, the somatic, and the material. And that material is very important to us. If you go down to the asterisk on the bottom there, it's a forked metal rod worth at least 250 gold pieces attuned to a particular plane of existence. As to what pitch and material these planar forks are attuned to is either made up by the Dungeon Master or the sourcebook will state it. If you're looking for an extensive list on this, you can go to the Forgotten Realms wiki for the Plane Shift spell, or you can take a look at the Dragon Magazine issue number 120. There is a section on that gives a whole list of the different planar forks. This article was printed right before the first Manual of the Planes, and is for advanced Dungeons and Dragons, but it can easily be used for any edition. But if there are some differences between what your sourcebook says and what this says, that would be why. Next up, the Gate spell. Let's read this one together again. You conjure a portal linking an unoccupied space you can see within range to a precise location on a different plane of existence. The portal is a circular opening, which you can make 5 to 20 feet in diameter. You can orient the portal in any direction you choose, and the portal lasts for the duration. The portal has a front and a back on each plane where it appears. Travel through the portal is possible only by moving through its front. Anything that does so is instantly transported to the other plane, appearing in the unoccupied space nearest to the portal. This is interesting. Deities and other planar rulers can prevent portals. That's something to keep in mind with this spell. They can prevent these portals being created and from opening in their presence or anywhere within their domains. Lastly, when you cast this spell, you can speak the name of a specific creature. A pseudonym, title, or nickname does not work. If that creature is on a plane other than the one you are on, the portal opens in the named creature's immediate vicinity and draws the creature through it to the nearest unoccupied space on your side of the portal. You gain no special power over the creature and is free to act as the GM deems appropriate. It might leave, attack you, or help you. Once again, taking a look at the components though, we need visual, somatic, and material, and that material is a diamond worth at least 5,000 gold pieces. So these spells are not only higher level, but they are also very expensive and need something with it. And there we have it, the big 3 spells from the Dungeon Master's Guide 5th edition. Plane Shift, Gate, and Astral Projection. Astral Projection, I'll just leave it on the screen for a little bit here. I already went over it, so I'm not going to read it, but I will again mention the components. It needs a visual, somatic, and material. 9th level again, and the material for this. For each creature you affect with this spell, you must provide 1 jacinth worth at least 1,000 gold pieces and 1 ornately carved bar of silver worth at least 100 gold pieces, all of which the spell consumes. Unlike Planar Portals, spells give you a lot of freedom in where to go and when you want to go, but you need a high-level spellcaster that can cast these spells, and you need that monetary value, which may or not be a problem depending on how rich your characters are, but there's some advantage and drawbacks to casting spells over using Planar Portals. I'm going to give a shout out to the spell Etherealness, which is perfect for this because we just covered the Ethereal Plane. Let's read this one real quick again. 7th level. You only need visual and somatic, you don't need material for this, which is awesome. It reads, you step into the border regions of the Ethereal Plane, in the area where it overlaps with your current plane. That is very, very important. Remember, you can't enter the deep ethereal without going through a portal. You can only go into the border ethereal, which is what it's saying here. So you remain in the border ethereal for the duration or until you use your action to dismiss the spell. During this time, you can move in any direction. If you move up or down, every foot of movement costs an extra foot. You can see and hear the plane you originated from, but everything there looks gray and you can't see anything more than 60 feet away. So I was like looking through that foggy window. While in the ethereal plane, you can only affect and be affected by other creatures on the plane. Creatures that aren't on the ethereal plane can't perceive you and can't interact with you unless a special ability or magic has given them the ability to do so, which again we already covered. And this is why it's such a good area to scout or spy out areas. You ignore all objects and effects that aren't on the ethereal plane, allowing you to move through objects you perceive on the plane you originated from. So that's the moving through harsh terrain super easily. When the spell ends, you immediately return to the plane you originated from in the spot you currently occupy. If you occupy the same spot as a solid object or creature when this happens, you are immediately shunted to the nearest unoccupied space that you can occupy, and take force damage equal to twice the number of feet you are moved. This spell has no effect if you cast it while you are on the ethereal plane, or a plane that doesn't border it, such as one of the outer planes. There are other spells that you can also put in here. I just didn't want to go through all of them, and especially from all the different editions. So the main three there, and then Etherealness, because we already talked about the Ethereal Plane. Now, since we are talking about traveling the multiverse, I think it'd be remiss not to talk about the two meta settings that Dungeons & Dragons have that talk about travel, and that would be Spelljammer and Planescape. Both of these settings introduce ways of travel between the other settings in the Prime Material Plane and beyond. Both Spelljammer and Planescape came out for Advanced Dungeons & Dragons 2nd edition, and then stopped, and then they were reprinted in 5th edition. When they got reprinted in 5th edition, things were changed around for better or for worse, depending on what you liked or didn't like about it. I will explain a few of those changes if it's important, but I'm not going to go into all the nitty-gritty details of it. But what's nice about these two settings is that they give you more options of travel, and you can use as much or as little as you want from them. Since we just covered Planar Portals, let's start with Planescape. Before the addition of Planescape, the Outlands with its connecting gate towns existed, but the Great Spire in the middle was just that, a spire. No city was floating above it. That is, until Planescape came along and added a home base for players to easily access the multiverse, the City of Doors, Sigil. The reason why the City of Sigil is called the City of Doors is because it holds planar portals to anywhere in the known multiverse. Great, right? A central hub, an international airport, if you will, to travel the whole multiverse. But Sigil goes also by another name, the Cage. Remember those restrictive parameters we covered? Most, if not all, portals in the city are keyed, which means if you can't get a key, you are stuck like a bird in a cage, as there is no way out otherwise. Well, you may be thinking, what about those planar spells? The Lady of Pain, the mysterious guardian of the city, stops anyone from directly portaling into or out of the city by any spell, even if they are cast by the deities. Being stuck in the city isn't so bad, however. In fact, whole campaigns can be played out right here in the city, where creatures all over the multiverse mix and mingle. The city itself looks like a giant hollowed-out donut, filled to the very edge with buildings of different architectural styles and districts. I always picture the scene in Inception, when the city just starts bending over on top of itself to visualize this. Speaking of districts, or wards in this case, there are a total of 6. The Clerk's Ward is a beautiful and rather peaceful district with a little conflict as it is heavily patrolled. Quoting from the 5e Sigil and the Outlands book, quote, "The wheels of bureaucracy turn steadily in the Clerk's Ward, an administrative haven for bookkeepers, scribes, and petty officials. The pristine buildings with this affluent ward are well maintained and regularly patrolled by officers of the Harmonium." We'll get to that in a little bit. Residents of the Clerk's Ward claim it is the safest and most honest ward in Sigil. Conflict usually occurs on paper, and structured forums for debate allow folks to resolve disagreements without resorting to violence. The Hive Ward. The Hive Ward is the slums of Sigil. Buildings are crooked and in disrepair, crime is rampant, and slime and dirt coat the streets. Quote, "Their crooked high-rises darken cramped alleys, many of which are dead ends in more ways than one. Many residents of the city avoid the ward when possible, but those willing to risk the Hive can partake in its seedy establishments and hidden gems. Rain is more frequent in the Hive than anywhere else in Sigil, reflecting the ward's dismal mood. When it falls, gutters ooze sludge into brackish pools of oil and rainwater, their surfaces disturbed by scurrying cranium rats. Damp rags and swollen planks cover broken windows, blotting what little light ekes through the ward's perpetual fog. The Ladies' Ward. Bearing the name of the Lady of Pain, this district is filled with the powerful and wealthy. Quote, the regal edifices of the Ladies' Ward epitomize the wealth and influence of their inhabitants. Intrigue and treachery abound, blanketed behind the sumptuous veils of high society, masked balls, gambling houses, and private banquets. The Lady of Pain doesn't reside in the ward that bears her name, but power does. The power to influence, administer, and evade the rule of law. As if to balance its corruption, the Ladies' Ward contains over half of Sigil's temples. Deities from every pantheon find worshippers in the City of Doors. No temples to the Lady of Pain exist in the ward. To construct one is an offense worthy of banishment to the mazes. The mazes is one of the punishments of the Lady of Pain. She'll send anyone into an extra-dimensional maze that supposedly has an end to it, but it's pretty much just an infinite maze until you die. I wouldn't recommend. The Lower Ward. The Lower Ward is the Industrial and Craftsman District. Need some shoes? How about a potion? Quote, the Lower Ward is the beating heart of Sigil, an engine of creation that refines raw materials from every corner of the multiverse, transmuting them through sweat, heat, and magic into the components that allow Sigil to flourish. The Lower Ward gets its name from the proliferation of portals to the lower planes. Their insidious influence bleeds into the ward, choking residents with brimstone, smoke, and sulfuric ash. The Market Ward is one giant market, large enough to fill an entire district by itself. Coin is either traded in a common currency, or specific to what the seller wishes, which can be convenient, thematic, or just confusing. Quote, like any commercial hub, the Market Ward has its problems. Shopkeepers from every plane compete in the marketplaces, and petty quarrels between business owners can develop into violent, century-long feuds between planar entities. Some vendors stubbornly refuse traditional currencies, guffawing at the notion that gold, of all things, has any value at all. In the grand scheme of the multiverse, few minerals are as rare as their worth might suggest. They might accept favors or prefer to barter instead. The Market Ward is a largely middle-class ward, apart from a small percentage of rich entrepreneurs and magnates. Its most notable residents are titans of industry, long-lived moguls, merchant royalty, and aged worms who hoard the wealth of worlds. Their homes are spotless mansions dwarfed only by the regal headquarters of planes-spanning franchises and distinguished interplanar institutions. The last ward is Under Sigil. As the name suggests, this is the literal undercity of Sigil, where tunnels wind their way below the streets filled with all sorts of monsters and squeaky cranium rats. Quote, also known as the Realm Below, the snaking labyrinth of ancient tunnels binds long-standing city structures to subterranean criminal crossroads, flooded cisterns, and seemingly endless catacombs. The Lady of Pain pays little attention to what goes down in Under Sigil, though nothing in or under the City of Doors is beyond her reach. Dead factions, banished from the city above, cling to life in the darkness, searching the underground for secrets that could lead to their ascension. Speaking of factions, which we saw one of them, Harmonium, each of these wards harbor different philosophical factions that are both the power and oil that keeps the city operating smoothly. While there are alliances and enemies between them, it has been a long time since an all-out war has ravaged the city. All factions were reminded of the Lady of Pain's power when she stopped the last war, ending a few factions in the process. Why philosophical? Each faction also has influence in an outer plane, where philosophy and ideals can shape worlds. These factions are relatively similar between 2nd edition and 5th edition, though some have been dropped or combined to form 12 transcendent or powerful, factions from the original 15. I'll run through these quickly. Number 1, Athar, who claim the gods are frauds. Deities are just mortals with enough power to convince others that they are gods. Athar is aligned to the Astral Plane, and their role in Sigil is a spy network that keeps an eye on all religions in the city. Number 2, the Bleak Cabal, who find no sense in the multiverse. There is no cosmic meaning in the multiverse. Each individual must find their own meaning. The Bleak Cabal is aligned to Pandemonium, and their role in Sigil is, actually their HQ is the Gatehouse, a fortress of healing and hospitality. Number 3, the Doom Guard, who celebrate destruction and decay. Decay and entropy is the inevitable purpose of the multiverse. The Doom Guard is aligned to the elemental chaos. Their role in Sigil is to control the armory. Number 4, the Fated, who take all they can and more. The multiverse belongs to those ambitious and strong enough to seize it. The Fated are aligned to Ysgard. Their role in Sigil are tax collectors. Fraternity of Order, who discover laws to find truth. Knowledge of the law is power. The Fraternity of Order is aligned to Mechanus, and their role in Sigil is to review, study, and execute the law. That was number 5. Number 6, Hands of Havoc, who free society through chaos. Fight for freedom from oppressive rulers and laws. The Hands of Havoc are aligned to Limbo, and their role in Sigil is to masquerade as members of other factions, keeping them in check. Number 7, Harmonium, who enforce peace through might. Harmonium pursues peace through any means necessary. They are aligned to Arcadia, and their role in Sigil is to be a police force. Number 8, Heralds of Dust, who believe everyone is already dead. Everyone is already dead, living in the first stage of death. They seek all aspects and stages of death with the ultimate goal of experiencing true death. The Heralds of Dust are aligned to Hades, and they are the Undertakers of Sigil. Number 9, Mercy Killers, who bring justice to the deserving. Justice without mercy. No one is above the law. The Mercy Killers are aligned to Acheron. Their role in Sigil is to oversee the prisoners of the city. Number 10, the Mind's Eye, who grow to godhood. Strength and power is gained through experiential learning. The Mind's Eye are aligned to the Outlands, and they are the engineers in Sigil. Number 11, Society of Sensation, who find truth only in experience. The multiverse is understood through experiencing all sensations, emotions, etc. The Society of Sensation is aligned to Arborea. They are the arts and entertainment in Sigil. Number 12, the Transcendent Order, who act unfettered by thought. Unify the body and mind until thought and action are one. The Transcendent Order is aligned to Elysium, and they are the athletes in Sigil. The meta setting of Planescape was designed to open up ample opportunities to branch out a campaign in different directions, making travel to the Outer Planes, or anywhere else for that matter, more convenient. However, just because there are so many options to choose from, that doesn't mean you have to use them. Pick what you want and save the rest for later. Or disregard them altogether. Start a campaign in Sigil, use it briefly as a convenient way station, or skip it altogether and use the gate towns in the Outlands. Whatever you choose, it might be worth incorporating Mimirs. Mimirs are magical items, usually in the form of a human skull, that store pre-recorded information and relay it back to anyone who asks them a question. These are sold to tourists to help them navigate not only Sigil, but also the Outer Planes and perhaps beyond, depending on what's stored on it. Spelljammer. Spelljammer was introduced in 1989 for a 2nd edition Advanced Dungeons & Dragons. Jeff Grubb wrote in the foreword, quote, The design directive for the Spelljammer supplement was simple. Take the Advanced Dungeons & Dragons game into outer space. Then we started adding stuff. It couldn't be like anything ever done before. It shouldn't overturn existing campaigns. The setting should link together the realms, Kryn and Greyhawk, without invalidating any of those worlds or the games already set there." End quote. After a lot of brainstorming and development, Spelljammer was born. Dungeons & Dragons in space. Spelljammer isn't a world in the prime material plane like other campaign settings, but a whole new way for players to travel the space between the worlds of Dungeons & Dragons. World settings and their planetary systems in the prime material plane, Toril for Forgotten Realms, Oath for Greyhawk, and Kryn for Dragonlance, for examples, were encased in crystal spheres with their own wild space. These encased worlds were called after their own name: Realm Space, Grey Space, Kryn Space, etc. Outside these spheres, a rainbow-colored ocean of ether called phlogiston fills the space in between them. Rivers of phlogiston, called the Flow, provided trails of travel between the galaxies where Spelljammers flew. When 5e Spelljammer launched, it was met with mixed reviews as it changed and simplified a lot of these characteristics. Some of the larger changes included the removal of the crystal spheres, and the phlogiston, with all its pathways, disappeared. With the crystal spheres gone, wild space now expands all the way into the Astral Sea. The Astral Plane itself is made up of wild space and the Astral Sea, which means you can now spelljam your way into the Astral Plane and the outer planes, instead of just within the prime material world only. The different planetary systems and their names were kept, but are now contained in wild space systems. Regardless of the version you decide to play, one of the coolest features of the meta setting itself is traveling by flying fantasy ships in the shape of a giant nautilus, butterfly, castle, or just a classic galleon. I mean, take a look at these ships. These are sweet! Each one of these ships are powered by a spelljamming helm piloted by a spellcaster, converting magic into energy. One of the biggest differences between Spelljammer and other spacefaring tabletop RPGs is that Spelljammer loosens the rules and laws of hard science fiction, choosing more fantastical and general answers to problems, making it science fantasy. Jeff Grubb once again writes, "How does it all work? Well, the easy answer is, it's magic. The more involved answer is, it's magic, and it knows it's magic." I love that. And it knows it's magic. The rules are still there and must be obeyed, but it is a different set of rules from what we are used to in our world. Real science restrictions like aerodynamics are not a concern in worlds with flying carpets and mind flayers. End quote. All spelljamming ships have an envelope of air around them whenever they leave an atmosphere, and the horizontal center of ships is where the gravity plane is found. It's simple and convenient. Players can fight in ships without floating away or dying in the vacuum of space. The Spelljammer meta setting is a fun way to take your favorite fantasy elements and try something a bit different. Create wacky planets with their own ecosystems, or build outposts on the sides of asteroids like the city of Brawl, a neutral ground trading hub for merchants, pirates, and perhaps even your own adventurers. Monsters range from giant space hamsters that can power your ship to the Aster Eater, a beholderkin that is also an asteroid. Even if your group doesn't want to dive deep into Spelljammer, it can still be used to explain different plot scenarios and how to get around in different areas. Well, my friends, at last our journey around the Great Wheel has come to an end. Our quest completed. You are all now masters of the multiverse. Thanks for listening, everyone, and I'll see you all in the next one.